Chapter 1402 Battling 100 Cities. Number 1 person. Chapter 1402 Battling 100 Cities. Number 1 person. He actually doesn't know Jinyu. Did this guy pop out of a rock? These 100 over cities people, there's actually still someone who doesn't know Jinyu. If Sei, who has the greatest hopes of reaching the Divine Lord realm in these 100 cities, it's none other than Jinyu. There's actually someone who doesn't know him. Yi Yuan's question made everyone burst into an uproar. They were unable to imagine that there was actually still someone taking part in this 100 cities smelting trial who did not know Jinyu. Qiu Shueishan was first stunned, then immediately laughed in spite of himself, and said, "Perhaps this is precisely why he's powerful." Jinyu was also stupefied and blurted out, "You don't know me?" Yi Yuan also saw through from other people's reactions. "This Jinyu did not seem to be simple." He could not help chuckling, and said, "Apologies. This one entered the sect for a short time and really never heard of your esteemed self's great name before." Jinyu's actions were worthy to be called above board and forthright, not willing to take advantage of him. Toward such an opponent, Yi Yuan was still respectful. Especially under this situation, storage rings affected the owners. HI plus P of the final reward. But the other party clearly regarded a good opponent more highly. Jinyu nodded his head, considered to have acknowledged Yi Yuan's argument, and said, "This one is Yongdang capital city, Jinyu." Yi Yuan clasped his hands and said, "So, it's Brother Jin. Make your move then." Jinyu said, "You just went through a big fight. Better take a break first and recover some divine essence." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "No need. Those few guys were too weak." Jinyu's heart went cold and actually could not figure out the truth and falsehood of Yi Yuan's words for a moment. Was this guy posturing, or he really did not expend much energy? This battle, just now, if it were him, he could naturally accomplish with ease too. But he absolutely would not say this kind of words. After all, He Ning, this level of expert, his strength was still very strong. Moreover, there were still 14 others Xiang capital cities experts. It was just that Yi Yuan's words, in other people's view, were undeniably him posturing. "I admit that this guy is very strong. But saying this kind of words in front of the 100 cities number 1 person, Jinyu, I seriously can't listen any further. This guy wants to keep up appearance to cover up his predicament, right? Amen. At least if he loses, he can also say that he went through a big fight earlier. Ho-hoo. He completely doesn't know who Jinyu is, and he also doesn't know how powerful Jinyu's strength is. He Ning isn't worth mentioning at all in front of Jinyu. This guy is too condescending." How could they know that while that battle earlier looked fierce, Yi Yuan's expenditure was actually really not that much? Although Yi Yuan was unrestrained, wanting to challenge the 100 cities' geniuses with his strength alone, he still attached great importance to tactics and did not underestimate the 100 cities' geniuses. To him, the final result was secondary. What he valued the most was the interaction with these 100 cities' geniuses. Hence, that battle earlier, he actually fought very conservatively. Each fraction of divine essence was carefully calculated. Coupled with that his divine essence was incomparably refined in the first place, this degree of battle was nothing to him. Seeing Yi Yuan's calm eyes, Jinyu nodded and said, "Since that's the case, make your move then." Yi Yuan did an inviting gesture, the evil extermination sword suddenly attacking. Sundering stars. Although it was sundering stars back and forth, this move had countless variations played by Yi Yuan. This time, Yi Yuan did a lifting action, going from bottom to top, cleaving Jinyu. Attacks from this angle were very hard to defend. Jinyu's expression turned solemn, instantly sensing that this sword's intensity was no idea how much stronger compared to dealing with He Ning just now. He did not dare to slight it. A beautiful tumble to the side. his long sword already attacked. However, this sword of Jin Yu's was a straight stab, pointing at the flat of Yi Yuan's blade from the flank with a bizarre angle. Yi Yuan's eyes lit up, instantly knowing that he ran into an expert. Jin Yu's comprehension toward battle was no idea how many times stronger than He Ning. Martial artist battles, even when reaching deity realm this level, it was not simply relative superiority or inferiority in power of laws and realm. It was just that powerful strength often made people neglect some subtle things. A battle constantly changed. Oftentimes, a minor detail could determine the outcome of a battle. Yi Yuan had experienced D knows how many big and small battles, and had long already turned fighting into an instinct. Hence, he could grasp every detail to win. The battles that these Academy's geniuses had experienced were not few either. It was just that their battles were a completely different concept from the battles that Yi Yuan experienced. What Yi Yuan experienced were all life and death struggles, not allowing the slightest hint of soft-heartedness. The opponent would not give you the slightest chance as well, but the Academy's geniuses at most just sparred with each other. There were very few people who experienced those kinds of life or death struggles. Only by waiting for them to promote to the inner court and go out to carry out missions would they experience that kind of life and death struggle. But even then, the battle experience of inner court disciples also could not possibly be as rich as Yi Yuan's. Very clearly, Jin Yu was not a guy who only knew how to cultivate. This aspect just now displayed his skill fully. Regardless of whether it was evasion or resolving his move with a tap, it all demonstrated his precise grasp of battles, without the slightest sloppiness. More importantly, his realm and law comprehensions were all much higher than Yi Yuan's. This sword had not touched the flat of Yi Yuan's sword, yet when a golden light surfaced on Yi Yuan's body, in midair, Yi Yuan forcefully changed his move. The essence of Sundering Stars. This move lay in the word chop. Jin Yu's move was in order to break Yi Yuan's chop. Hence, Yi Yuan's move change was to pull back this chop word. Yi Yuan's move changed, chopping toward Jin Yu's sword body. Jin Yu did not have Yi Yuan's powerful fleshy body. He was currently in midair, unable to borrow strength, and could only toughen his scalp and exchange a blow with Yi Yuan. Clank! Two swords intersected. The two people were seemingly struck by a tremendous force, each falling back several dozens of steps. For the first time, someone drove Yi Yuan back. Fine sword, Jin Yu praised. Yi Yuan chuckled and said, "You're not bad as well." Again. Okay, again. Jin Yu was also valiant. The two people's figures moved swiftly, battling together once more. Qiu Shuixing's gaze revealed an incomparably stunned expression. What he was shocked by was not that Yi Yuan could fight to a draw with Jin Yu. It was that he knew that Jin Yu actually lost by half a move just now. Qiu Shuixing understood Jin Yu very well and knew that this guy was a born warrior, his comprehension towards battle very high. In realm and law's comprehension, he was about on par with Jin Yu. But each time they fought, Jin Yu was always able to win him. What he relied on was his instinct towards battles. But just now, Jin Yu relied on this powerful disparity of law's comprehension and realm before fighting to a draw with Yi Yuan. If Yi Yuan and Jin Yu's strength were similar, no, as long as Yi Yuan broke through to Grand Completion Grotto Profound. This exchange earlier, Jin Yu would definitely lose. I didn't expect that Jin Yu will also have a day where he overwhelms people with power. He really met his opponent today, Qiu Shuixing muttered to himself. Opponent? Might not be so. Yi Yuan hasn't used all his strength yet. At this time, there was suddenly one more person by Qiu Shuixing's side, voicing out. Chapter 14, Oh, 3 The brave wins when meeting on a narrow path. Chapter 14. Oh, 3 The brave wins when meeting on a narrow path. Qiu Shuixing's brows furrowed, looking at the arrival. You're a fellow disciple of Yi Yuan? Qiu Shuixing asked. Qin Shao nodded his head and said, his vanquished foe. Qiu Shuixing did not reveal a surprised look. To be able to be evenly matched with Jin Yu, this one in front of him could not possibly be Yi Yuan's match, no matter what. In front of Jin Yu, and, oh, body can hold back. Furthermore, Jin Yu didn't exert his full strength as well. Qiu Shuixing said indifferently. Qin Shao gave him a glance and said, your experience doesn't work on Yi Yuan. He is a person born to create miracles. Qiu Shuixing could not help laughing and said, you have some jitters from imaginary fear after being defeated under Yi Yuan's hands, right? Martial artists mustn't lose their own heart of martial Dao. Qin Shao said nonchalantly, you'll know when you keep watching. Hearing the news of Yi Yuan battling heroes alone, Qin Shao was inexplicably amazed at first too. But very soon he felt at ease. He knew what Yi Yuan was thinking. No occasion was more suitable to temper oneself than this place. It was just that Yi Yuan's method to temper himself was too capricious. Even Jin Yu did not dare to do so either. This guy was really crazy. Qin Shao was also considered to know Yi Yuan very well. Back then, him agreeing to a life-and-death battle seemed very reckless. Actually, he had absolute confidence in himself. Hence, he knew that this time was no exception too. Yi Yuan and Jin Yu, the two people, deconstructed moves upon seeing them, being tangled up in a fierce struggle, making everyone dumbfounded. This Yi Yuan is actually so strong to be able to fight to a draw with Jin Yu. When did such a formidable figure emerge from Wumeng capital city? We actually don't even know. Vaulting into prominence in one battle, this battle, regardless of whether win or lose, Yi Yuan's name shall spread throughout the 100 cities. In these 100 cities area, Jin Yu was a benchmark. It was completely impossible for anyone to beat him. Qiu Shuixing could not either. But today, Yi Yuan was actually able to be locked in battle with him. It was just that they did not know the current Jin Yu was the same as He Ning, actually depressed to the extreme. It looked like the two of them were about on par, either able to do anything to the other. In reality, when he exchanged moves with Yi Yuan, it was completely relying on all-round Serpa, Sing in realm, and laws that he could barely manage to fight to a draw. The more Jin Yu fought, the more alarmed he got. He had long seen through that Yi Yuan's sword art was only that one move back and forth. No matter how he made his move, it was all a chop word. The sword was the king of 100 weapons, with a myriad of variations. People who used the sword would also mostly pursue the limits of variation, using it to subdue the enemy and win. But Yi Yuan acted in a diametrically opposite way, forcefully changing the sword into a chopper. Only new chop, chop, chop. But Jin Yu had no choice but to admit that Yi Yuan already utilized a chop word to a transcendent realm. Furthermore, no idea why Jin Yu kept feeling that the divine essence Gus, plussing out from Yi Yuan's move was grand and boundless, with a feeling of unable to overcome with force. His divine essence was seemingly a small rowboat in the ocean in front of Yi Yuan. He might capsize at any time. Hence, similarly one move, he had to use much more divine essence than Yi Yuan before he could barely manage to suppress Yi Yuan. This kind of feeling, he had never encountered it before. All in all, clearly his strength was much greater than Yi Yuan's. Yet, he could not gain the slightest bit of advantage. This sort of feeling made him depressed until he wanted to vomit blood. In a twinkle, the two people fought for 1,000 moves. You deconstruct my move, I deconstruct your move, shaving off a large chunk of the entire hilltop. Can't carry on like this anymore. Yi Yuan's divine essence is endless, as if a boundless sea, unable to see the slightest hint of drying up. No wonder he said that no need to rest earlier. Carry on expending like this. The first to fall will definitely be me. Jinyu was considering this in his mind as he fought. If outsiders knew his thoughts, they would definitely get a huge shock. A half-step heaven glimpse realm powerhouse actually lost to a late-stage grotto profound in divine essence. This was simply too inconceivable. Clank! Jinyu deliberately opened up a flaw and was slashed by Yi Yuan's sword, his body flying out backward. Jinyu's body hung in midair, without anywhere to borrow strength. How could Yi Yuan let go of such a chance? He followed up with sundering stars, once more. Seeing this scene, a hint of a smile flickered across the corners of Qiu Shuisheng's mouth, and he said to Qiu Shuisheng, Yi Yuan is losing. Qin Shao was stupefied, not quite certain what it meant. Qiu Shuisheng smiled and said, Yi Yuan is indeed very strong. But this move, roaming qi returning to bowels, I'm unable to crack it no matter what. Under this sort of stance, it's even more impossible for Yi Yuan to resolve it. Yi Yuan was currently in the midst of pursuit when suddenly his expression changed. An incredibly dangerous aura hit him head-on. Jinyu's body drew a perfect arc in midair, his long sword sweeping off the ground, his body flying up once more. This series of actions was done in one breath. Jinyu's entire person seemingly transformed into a sharp sword, charging over towards Yi Yuan. Roaming qi returning to bowels. Yi Yuan's expression changed, discovering that Jinyu really achieved unison of man and sword. This move, roaming qi returning to bowels, had an indomitable, imposing momentum, not stopping without seeing blood. Under this sword, everything was eclipsed. This was the true strength of the 100 Cities, #1 person. It's roaming qi returning to bowels. Yi Yuan will definitely lose without a doubt. This move, roaming qi returning to bowels, to be able to force Jinyu to use roaming qi returning to bowels, Yi Yuan can be sufficiently proud. Under the situation where everyone thought that it was impossible, Jinyu used his ace in the hole, roaming qi returning to bowels. Yi Yuan already did not have room to maneuver. The only path of survival was to crush the jade pendant. But right then, everyone's faces changed once more. What's he trying to do? Out of everyone's expectations, under the situation where the initiative was already lost, Yi Yuan did not retreat, but he advanced instead. Every fraction he advanced, Yi Yuan's aura would be a fraction stronger. Sundering stars. The evil extermination sword in Yi Yuan's hand was not sluggish in the slightest, still chopping down with an indomitable will. The two swords had yet to intersect when two surges of overwhelming auras collided together, stirring up the surrounding divine essence into an upheaval. One pressed forward with an indomitable will, one had an overwhelming, imposing momentum. It was truly a meeting on a narrow path. Boom! Two surges of refined to the extreme power of laws collided together violently. The air billows stirred up shook until everyone could not open their eyes. Two figures each flew out backward like kites with broken strings. Slam! Slam! The two people each fell onto the ground. SMAs. Plussing a deep pit in the ground. Everyone all held their breaths, not knowing just who won and who lost in this fight. Qiu Shuisheng sucked in a cold breath. He did not expect that under that kind of stance, Yi Yuan could still release that kind of domineering counterattack. Not only was Yi Yuan's strength overpowering, but his battle will was also unyielding and dauntless. Right at this time, Yi Yuan slowly crawled out from inside the deep hole, bleeding all over his body, his aura chaotic, looking very miserable. Qin Shao gave Qiu Shuixing a glance and said, "I wonder if after today you still have the courage to fight with Yi Yuan or not." Chapter 14:04 Minds. Chapter 14:04 Minds. Qiu Shuixing opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but he discovered that he really could not say anything. Jin Yu was still defeated by Yi Yuan under the situation where he had the initiative. He could not even resolve Jin Yu's roaming qi returning to bowels, let alone talk about dealing with Yi Yuan. Qiu Shuixing was a proud son of heaven. Apart from Jin Yu, he did not attach importance to anyone in the land of 100 cities. But now, he really did not have the courage to fight with Yi Yuan anymore. Meeting on a narrow path, the brave wins. Under that kind of situation just now, anyone would probably consider how to protect themselves at the first moment. At least, there would be that tiny hint of hesitation. But Yi Yuan did not hesitate at all, chopping over with a sword just like that. At this time, Qiu Shuixing unwittingly recalled Qin Shao's words previously. He was a person born to create miracles. He was previously still very disdainful towards Qin Shao's words. But now, he discovered that Qin Shao did not exaggerate in the slightest. Take the chance while he's ill and take his life. Kill this guy. The storage rings on him will all be ours. In the crowd, no idea who suddenly shouted out, startling everyone awake all at once. 2 consecutive great battles. 1,000 people already gathered around in the vicinity. With this roar, immediately there were quite a few people who had the intention of fists. Plussing in troubled waters. For some time, a large group of people surrounded over toward Yi Yuan. Not just him. There were even quite a few people who rushed over toward Jin Yu. A bunch of shameless things. You guys are also fit to make a move against Jin Yu? Qiu Shuixing gave a cold snort, his figure DOS. Plussing out like lightning. Qin Shao's face fell as well, speeding over in Yi Yuan's direction. Facing the tidewater-like students, Russ. Plussing over. Yi Yuan just laughed coldly. His wrist shook. Evil extermination sword attacked, once more. Although his current state was not very good, that was also just relative to Jin Yu, this kind of expert. The fleshy body technique that Yi Yuan cultivated was the Black Tortoise Clan's Black Tortoise Treasure Body Divine art. Even though this cultivation method did not count as some peerless divine skill in the Heavenspan world, the power of its defensive strength was absolutely not what average cultivation methods could compare to. The Black Tortoise Clan's talent was that their defensive strength was Astoni's. Plussing. The cultivation method that they cultivated was naturally not too poor as well. Although that blow just now was heavy, it was not to the extent of making Yi Yuan lose his combat power yet. Dealing with these trash, he still had the strength to spare. Swiss. Plus Yi Yuan waved his hand and chopped. The powerful force made the faces of those few meeting it head-on greatly astonished. They completely did not expect it. Yi Yuan was already injured until like this. He could actually still release such a swift and fierce attack. Caught off guard, that person right at the front did not even get to crush the jade pendant, and was eradicated by Yi Yuan. The few people at the back had no time to run at all, and only had time to crush the jade pendant, transporting back to the altar. No need to be afraid. He's already an arrow at the end of its flight, deliberately using this sword to scare people. Kill him. In the crowd, no idea who shouted loudly again. The flood of people who originally paused slightly because of this sword pounce toward Yi Yuan once again. The corner of Yi Yuan's mouth sneered coldly, not taking this seriously at all. One comes, he would kill one. Read more chapter at Read Novel Full 2 Come. He would kill a pair. These people were all harboring hopes of getting lucky, thinking that Yi Yuan was already at the end of his rope. How could they know the terror of Yi Yuan's cultivation method? This bit of consumption was nothing to him at all. Even if his divine essence already did not have much left, the time it lasts would still exceed all of their expectations. Yi Yuan waved his sword continuously, reaping these outer court disciples' lives without restraint. But in the crowd, a viper-like gaze was watching Yi Yuan close. His realm strength was no different from the others. It appeared very ordinary in the crowd, and, body would pay attention to him at all. But at this time, he came to Yi Yuan's back along with the crowd. Following that, he brazenly attacked. Qin Shao's heart suddenly stirred, seeing a familiar figure, his gaze revealing a look of astonishment. Yi Yuan, be careful at the back. Qin Shao shouted, but right at this time, a powerful aura arrived with a howl. Qin Yuanlong, you dare? This figure was none other than precisely the thunder cry, who came from afar. When he heard the news of Yi Yuan challenging all heroes, he knew that Qin Yuanlong definitely came here. But he never thought that he would see the scene of Qin Yuanlong sneaking into the crowd, an ambush. Plussing Yi Yuan when he just arrived. Without a doubt, Yi Yuan was Wu Meng Academy's student with the greatest potential. It even said Qin Tian's already. Before departing, when Yi Yang specially ordered to definitely keep a lookout for Qin Yuanlong and not let him deal with Yi Yuan, he did not expect that this guy still escaped. An origin deity powerhouse ambush. Plus in the grotto profound realm Yi Yuan. This already did not have any suspense. Qin Yuanlong mingled in the crowd and was too close to Yi Yuan. He did not give Yi Yuan a chance to crush the jade pendant at all. A hint of a hideous smile flashed across the corners of Qin Yuanlong's mouth. Finally could kill Yi Yuan. This punk who made the Qin family utterly lose face could finally go and die. It was just too bad that Yi Yuan had his back to him at this time. He could not see the mocking smile on Yi Yuan's face. Boom. Qin Yuanlong only felt a blur before his eyes. Yi Yuan's figure suddenly disappeared. His palm directly hit thin air, landed on those students opposite of Yi Yuan. How powerful was the palm of an origin deity powerhouse? Those students directly had a large swarm exterminated by Qin Yuanlong being caught unawares. Everyone was stunned. Where did Yi Yuan go? Qin Yuanlong's scalp exploded. He discovered that he seemed to have overlooked an extremely important thing. Not just him, everyone overlooked it. Yi Yuan knew sword maneuvering flight. Teacher Qin, are you very disappointed? You all are also too careless to actually forget that I know sword maneuvering flight. In midair, Yi Yuan looked at Qin Yuanlong and said with a smile that was not a smile. Qin Yuanlong's face was livid. His gaze when looking at Yi Yuan was full of killing intent. Such an important intel was actually overlooked by them. No, it was actually that Yi Yuan deliberately guided them to overlook it. Ever since after the battle with Qin Shao, Yi Yuan never displayed the ability of sword maneuvering flight in front of people anymore. In a flash, 6 to 7 years went by. Yi Yuan had always been fighting with people on the ground and had never exhibited this ability. Due to this, everyone all overlooked this fact. After all, being unable to fly while being below the Divine Lord realm was the heaven-span world's common sense. This kind of mindset was deeply ingrained in people's thinking, very hard to eradicate. 7 years ago, Yi Yuan's Astonies. Plussing flight had indeed stunned everyone. But later, Yi Yuan's Sundering Stars was even more eye-catching than sword maneuvering flight. Sword maneuvering flight. Yi Yuan actually knows sword maneuvering flight. My just how monstrous is this guy? This fellow concealed too deeply. With this move, he's already established in an undefeatable position. I didn't expect it. Really didn't expect it. The land of 100 cities, #1 genius actually changed owners just like this. Yi Yuan's breathtaking fly aroused everyone's shock once more. Forget about the land of 100 cities. Even the land of 1,000 cities, land of 10,000 cities, might not produce a genius capable of comprehending sword maneuvering flight either. But Yi Yuan did it. Qin Yuanlong, you disregarded your status and attempted to Senate and Academy's disciple. This matter, I'll definitely inform City Lord, His Excellency. You be prepared for a reckoning. Thundercry's angry roar sounded at this time. Chapter 14:05 Harvesting. Chapter 14:05 Harvesting. Qin Yuanlong's expression changed several times. He naturally knew the consequences of this matter. But Qin Nantian had long already hated Yi Yuan to the bones. This trip, the price expended in order to kill Yi Yuan, was not small. Returning empty-handed, he had no way of giving an account to Qin Nantian. Humph! This Qin had long found this punk displeasing to the eye, so what if kill him? From this day forth, I, Qin Yuanlong, renounce Wu Meng capital city and turn my back on the Qin family. Farewell. Done talking, Qin Yuanlong turned right around and left. Thundercry's expression changed, not expecting that Qin Yuanlong was actually so decisive. Humph! Wanna leave? How can it be that easy? Since you've turned your back on the Qin family, Ambus, plussing my Wu Meng Academy's disciple and disrupting the 100 cities smelting trial, you deserve the death penalty. Thundercry gave a cold snort, his figure moving swiftly, charging over towards Qin Yuanlong. Qin Yuanlong did not think that Thundercry was actually so unrelenting, speeding away into the distance with a scurry. The two people, one chased, one fled, disappeared in everyone's line of sight very quickly. This series of unforeseen changes were seriously too fast, catching everyone off guard. Read more chapter at Read Novelful in a hidden corner. Qin Tian gnashed his teeth in hatred as he watched this scene, his expression ugly to the extreme. Failed again. Could it be that this guy was unkillable? Why did the Qin family scheme meticulously and even send out an origin deity realm expert, and still unable to kill him? Clearly just a grotto profound realm rookie, so why could he not be killed? Not only could he not be killed, the Qin family even lost a direct lineage disciple and an origin deity realm academy teacher. This price was too heavy. Big brother Qin Tian, what should we do? Qin Zheng asked. Let's go. Qin Tian gnashed his teeth in hatred and said he knew that in the 100 cities smelting trial, they had no chances at all already. This match was ultimately still a complete miss. Yi Yuan maneuvered the sword and slowly landed, saying with a light smile, "You guys, each and every one of you can forget about running." Who's? Plus Yi Yuan was not long-winded either, directly sweeping a sword out, felling a large group. How could those students who had designs on him previously still dare to stay? Each and every one scattered like birds and wild animals. Yi Yuan hacked and killed, directly eradicating several dozen people. The remainder all ran. Hence, Yi Yuan started cleaning up the battlefield, collecting the storage rings left behind. This battle, the harvests were abundant. The storage rings in his hands were more than 500 in total already. What was even more liberating for him was that Qin Yuanlong, this fellow, withdrew from the Qin family himself. It was also considered to have made the Qin family lose a general. This Qin Yuanlong thought that he hid very well. Actually, his every movement and action was all under dustless surveillance. When he ambushed, Yi Yuan had long made the preparations for sword maneuvering flight. Sword maneuvering flight speed was very fast. Evading Qin Yuanlong's sneak attack under the circuit, stances where he was prepared, was nothing. While at this time, Jin Yu hobbled in front of Yi Yuan with the help of Qiu Shueisheng. He took out his own storage ring, Pa-S, said it to Yi Yuan, and said, I lost. This is yours. Yi Yuan smiled and received the storage ring. This was his spoils of war. He had no reason to refuse it. I really didn't expect that the Wu-Meng capital city actually produced a genius like you. I was defeated utterly convincingly. Jin Yu sighed with admiration. Yi Yuan smiled and said, You're very strong too, but although your laws are strong, it's still a little weak in terms of utilization. Given time, you're bound to be a region's absolute ruler. If it were before Yi Yuan saying these words in front of Jin, you would definitely be thought of as crazy by people. But now, body would feel brusque. Even Xiao Shuisheng did not feel so too. Yi Yuan had the qualifications to lecture Jin, you like this. Yi Yuan's sword Dao First Layered Heaven had yet to reach grand completion, but he could defeat the strong with the weak. It was because his application of sword Dao laws had reached a transcendent realm. In this aspect, Jin Yu was not just a tiny bit worse than him. Yi Yuan comprehending the sword in the sword tomb, what he comprehended was not just sword Dao laws. He was even comprehending the stories behind the laws. Inside the sword tomb, each sword had its story. It was precisely because so that Yi Yuan could create Sundering Stars, such a powerful martial technique. Sundering Stars was a martial technique that Yi Yuan comprehended that maximized the power of sword Dao laws. Its degree of power could only be imagined. Jin Yu clasped his hands and said, Got it. Today's battle, this Jin broadened his horizons and gleaned considerable gains. Especially the last sword move. It will probably have a tremendous impact on my life. Yi Yuan's final sword was absolutely a sword that set the world on fire. This sword, what it displayed was not just a martial technique, but the all-round strength manifestation of Yi Yuan's martial Dao, law's utilization, divine essence thickness, and so on. Rather than saying Yi Yuan won with Sundering Stars, it was better to say that Yi Yuan won with his determination to absolutely win. If it were others, even if their strength was identical to Yi Yuan's, they completely could not achieve that step too. Jin Yu's words did not have any intention of flattering. Yi Yuan's final sword virtually subverted his understanding toward martial Dao. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Those guys have already ran away, so I have to go hunt them down. There are quite a few storage rings in their hands. I got to go and collect them. Farewell. Jin Yu and Xiao Shuisheng, the two people, clasped their hands and said, Farewell. Swoosh, swoosh. Yi Yuan casually threw out 100 storage rings and flew straight to Qin Shao. Thanks, brother. Qin Shao's actions landed in his sights. Even though this guy was born in the Qin family, he was completely different from the Qin family's people's personality of seeking revenge for the smallest grievance. He was defeated at his hands. That kind of situation just now, he still voiced out to warn, it was truly not easy. These storage rings, just take it as a bit of thanks then. Yi Yuan did not give Qin Shao a chance to speak, directly maneuvering the sword and flying away. Watching Yi Yuan's profile disappear into the horizons, Xiao Shuisheng said with a sigh, This guy isn't to be trifled with. Once provoked, one will probably have nightmares every day. Jin Yu nodded his head and said, Avenging grievances when there are grievances, avenging enmity when there is enmity, repaying kindness when there is kindness, acting according to his nature, not violating his consciousness. This is the Tao of might. This Yi Yuan, a measly Wu-Meng capital city, probably can't trap him. Xiao Shuisheng came in front of Qin Shao and said with clasped hands, Brother, apologies. Previously, my words have offended. Please don't take offense. Qin Shao said coolly, No harm. This guy's strength is too baffling. Not truly exchanging blows with him. You forever won't know how strong he is. Qiu Shuisheng secretly nodded, deeply acknowledging Qin Shao's words too. The 100 Cities smelting trial was set as a year. The remaining time, all of the outer court disciples sunk into a nightmare. A devil who rode the wind and rode a sword might appear beside them at any time, reaping their lives. They all knew Yi Yuan's prowess. At the start, they all found a place and hide, not daring to come out. But later, they discovered to their dismay that no matter how they hid, Yi Yuan could always accurately find their locations. Hence, Ama's Saker unfolded in the outer court region. Later, those people seriously could not live on in the outer court region and could only escape to the inner court region one after another. However, Yi Yuan rode the sword to flow. Even when inner court disciples saw him, they could not do anything to him at all. Of course, there were those with good luck too, finding their senior brothers and sisters before barely managing to preserve their lives. In a blink, a year's time was up. The 100 Cities smelting trial was already drawing near its end. Chapter 1406 Owners. H.I. plus P of the 4-star Divine Pill. Chapter 1406 Owners. H.I. plus P of the 4-star Divine Pill on the altar plaza. One figure after another was being transported back. During previous trials, the later it was, the fewer people sent back. But this time, there were still people being transported nonstop. You still ran into that malefic star in the end. Isn't that so? No idea what method that guy used either. I clearly already hid very covertly, but was still found by him. Me too. This malefic star is too vengeful. I was very far away from him at that time. There was no chance to make a move at all, and he still didn't let me go. You don't know it. Later on, as long as everybody sees him, they directly crush the jade pendant. This malefic star kills on sight, completely unreasonable. An outer court disciple was just transported back, so he started chatting with his fellow disciples who were finished off by Yi Yuan previously. Upon mentioning Yi Yuan, each and every one of their faces all revealed an extremely depressed look. In the entire plaza, several thousand students taking part in the trial were virtually all talking about Yi Yuan. The 100 Cities smelting trial this time, Yi Yuan alone shone in the limelight. Virtually everyone lived in his shadow. At this time, a virtual image descended from the sky. It was precisely Xianling. Xianling's gaze swept slightly and said nonchalantly, "The hour has arrived. Everyone return." Finished talking, he flicked his sleeves grandly. All of the altars flickered with light, summoning all of the remaining people back. Yi Yuan just felt a blur before his eyes and returned back on the altar once again. How is it, Yi Yuan? You wouldn't really have finished off everybody, right? Little Fatty asked curiously. When Yi Yuan challenged everyone, he settled Little Fatty down in a concealed place. He knew that the Qin family would definitely target him. If he brought Little Fatty by his side, it would definitely be very dangerous. Now, the trial ended. Little Fatty came back together with Yi Yuan and did not know what happened in the outside world. Junior apprentice brother Xia, your relations. H.I. plus P is the closest with junior apprentice brother Yi. You actually don't know his earth-shaking record? A Wu Meng's inner court student poked fun at him. Little Fatty looked at Yi Yuan in surprise and said, Why, you really did it." That inner court student laughed and said, "More than just did it. Yi Yuan challenged the entire Zui Xiang capital city's outer court 15 people with his sword alone, completely annihilating the other party. Then, under the circu stances where he did not rest, he defeated the 100 Cities' #1 person, Jin Yu, following which, under the circu stances where he was seriously injured, he killed until everybody threw away their helmets and armor, running wildly all over the place. When he spoke, he intentionally raised his voice. Next to them were Zhuxiang capital city students. Hearing these words, each and every one of them was depressed until they wanted to vomit blood. When Wumeng capital city's students heard this, they all guffawed with laughter. This time, they really walked with their heads held high. The 100 Cities smelting trial took place once every 300 years. Every time, Wumeng capital city was targeted by Zhuxiang capital city, losing very tragically. But this time, Yi Yuan alone won back some ground, directly shaving them bald. How could this not make them feel great? But at this time, little Fatty jumped up all at once, pointed at Yi Yuan, and said angrily, "You are really too treacherous. I said that I wanted to go together with you, but you just refused." Such a spectacular sight. Lord Fatty, I actually missed it. Sniff, sniff. Little Fatty had an aggrieved look. Clearly, he was regretting missing such a grand occasion immensely. If you went, you might already be a corpse. Lin Xiu's voice suddenly sounded out behind little Fatty, making him jump in fright. "Xiu, senior apprentice sister, where did this come from?" Little Fatty said puzzledly. Lin Xiu let out a sigh and briefly recounted the incident of Qin Yuanlong's sneak attacking Yi Yuan. Pooh, the Qin family's people are indeed all still so shameless. To actually do such a shameless thing, doing this sort of thing in the 100 Cities smelting trial, they have utterly lost their face. Everyone says not to wash your dirty linen in public, but they are good, directly making it known throughout 100 capital cities. After little Fatty finished listening, he spat indignantly. Yi Yuan did not turn back, and he was able to feel that there were several murderous gazes at the back. Little Fatty clearly saw it too. Eyes glaring, he said disdainfully, "What? Did this kind of thing that will leave a stink for 1,000 years, and still don't let people say, 'If you have the capability, come and bite me.'" Qin Tian's gaze sharpened, and he said in a cold voice, "D-A-M-N Fatty, I've remembered you." "You threatening Lord Fatty? Did Lord Fatty grow up being frightened?" Xie Jingyi said without showing weakness in the slightest. By the side, Lin Xiu's brows furrowed, but did not say anything. "Qin Tian, you shut your mouth for me. This matter won't end because of Qin Yuanlong's death. Your Qin family must give the academy an account." By the side, Thundercry said in a solemn voice. After that day, Thundercry pursued Qin Yuanlong for 2 months, finally executing him under his palm. Although Qin Yuanlong shouldered all of the blame that day, even an idiot knew that this matter could not get away from the Qin family. Qin Tian's face fell, and he controlled his temper and said, "Teacher Thundercry, since Qin Yuanlong has already turned his back on the Qin family, what he did has nothing to do with my Qin family. Isn't it rather biased for you to do so?" Thundercry smiled coldly and said, "Ha! How this matter will be ruled, that's City Lord, His Excellency's business. But the events here, I'll report them truthfully." Qin Tian could not help choking up when he heard that, and could only stop speaking. Clearly, Qin Yuanlong's actions already thoroughly infuriated this teacher. At this time, Xianling's voice sounded out once more, saying slowly, "All right, the 100 Cities smelting trial this time ends here. Now, I'll examine your storage rings and distribute the rewards for this trial." While talking, Xianling's gaze actually looked over at Yi Yuan's side. No one knew if it was consciously or unconsciously, not seeing him take any action either. All of the storage rings broke free of the student's body on their own, flying in front of Xianling. With just a glance, Xianling finished checking all of the storage rings and called out, "Inner Court disciples first place. Yongdang capital cities by Tianzhou obtained a total of 621 stocks of Tier 2 spirit medicines. It's indeed by Tianzhou. Yongdang capital city is too strong. The Inner Court has by Tianzhou. Outer Court has Jinyu. These two people are simply Unserpa. Sable existences." That's in the past. Didn't Yi Yuan emerge this time? Jin, you has already lost to him. No idea how many Tier 1 spirit medicines Yi Yuan obtained in the end. 5 stocks of Tier 1 spirit medicines can offset 1 stock of Tier 2 spirit medicines. Wonder who the 4-star divine pill this time will end up with. Should be Yongdang capital city still, right? No matter how formidable Yi Yuan is, it's also just one person. Yongdang capital city has more people than just by Tianzhou. Even though Jin Yu was defeated, the inner court disciples' total amount of Tier 2 spirit medicines is also quite a lot. After Xianling announced by Tianzhou's results, it immediately aroused a wave of speculation. Actually, the inner court's first place and outer court's first place did not have any suspense. The only suspense was the owners. I plus P of this 4-star divine pill. In terms of value, 5 stocks of Tier 1 spirit medicines naturally could not compare to 1 stock of Tier 2 spirit medicine. But in this smelting trial, the difficulty in obtaining Tier 1 spirit medicines was not too different from Tier 2 spirit medicines. 5 to 1. This ratio was what everyone could still accept. At this time, Xianling continued, saying, Yongdang capital city obtained 2,126 stocks of Tier 2 spirit medicines in the end. 1,000 stocks of Tier 1 spirit medicines. Chapter 14, 07, The City Lords ATT I.Tude. Chapter 14, 07, The City Lords ATT I.Tude. It's indeed still Yongdang capital city's foundation that is deep. Their might is not just because of Bai Tianzhou alone, but it is their overall strength being powerful. For Wumeng capital city to want a Serpa S them, the difficulty is likely quite high. No idea how many people Yi Yuan killed either, and just how many spirit medicines he has in his hands. Everyone was very curious about just how many spirit medicines Yi Yuan had on hand. According to the ratio of 5 to 1, Yi Yuan needed to reach at least 10,000 stocks of spirit medicines and above to have a possibility of winning. This figure was unimaginable in the past 100 cities' smelting trials. After Yi Yuan obtained the storage rings, he would transfer the other people's spirit medicines all into his own storage ring. Hence, Body knew just how many spirit medicines he acquired either. Right then, Xianling slowly opened his mouth. Outer Court's first place, Wumeng capital city's Yi Yuan, obtained a total of 21,300 stocks of Tier 1 spirit medicines. The moment Xianling's voice faded, the entire plaza burst into an uproar all at once. According to the ratio of 5 to 1, the spirit medicines that Yi Yuan alone obtained, Serpa S, said Yongdang capital cities by 1-fold. Just how many people did this guy kill? Didn't expect it. I really didn't expect it. Wumeng capital city actually produced such a freak. So strong at late-stage Grotto Profound, already, when he breaks through to the Heaven Glimpse realm, what would it be like? Before the 100 cities smelting trial this time, probably Body would have thought that Wumeng capital city could obtain first place, right? They all did not know that Yi Yuan killed a total of 2,000 people in these last 3 months. Even if each person only had 10 stocks of spirit medicines in their hands, adding it up also had 20,000 in number. With Yi Yuan's sword-maneuvering flight, plus the extensiveness of Dustless's divine sense, he was simply ever victorious under this kind of situation. Even if you hid any more covertly, as long as you entered Dustless's detection range, it could not escape a death word. Xianling waved a hand. 3 streaks of light flew out. 2 of them flew toward Yi Yuan. The other flew toward Bai Tianzhou. These are your rewards. Xianling said coolly. In front of Yi Yuan were 2 jade boxes. One of them was a little smaller, the other slightly narrower. Clearly, the smaller one was that 4-star divine pill, while the narrower one was naturally the weeping spirit fruit. About the function of this weeping spirit fruit, Yi Yuan had heard Dustless say before too. It was indeed good stuff. This weeping spirit fruit was a heaven and earth spiritual item, containing Civ spiritual energy inside. It was even much stronger than ordinary medicinal pills. Consuming a weeping spirit fruit was equivalent to 100 years of bitter cultivation. 10 weeping spirit fruits could let Yi Yuan break through to grand completion, grotto profound no matter what. Yi Yuan put away the 2 items and said to Xianling with clasped hands, "Thank you, Lord Xianling." Xianling gave Yi Yuan a deeply profound glance and said with a smile, "That's what you all deserve. Yi Yuan, you're very good. When you leave the capital city in the future, you can come to Heavenly Eagle Imperial City to find me." Xianling's words made everyone's expression turn austere. Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, that was the administrator of Wu Meng Capital City. Its might was simply what they all could not imagine. To these students, their lifelong wish was to enter Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. In their mind, Heavenly Eagle Imperial City was a Holy Land-like existence. These 100 cities smelting trial had been held for no idea how many times, but Lord Xianling had never said such words before. But this time, he made an exception and opened his mouth. This showed that he really had the appreciation of a talent stirred. At this time, all the students used extremely envious gazes to look at Yi Yuan. Even Bai Tianzhou's gaze also had an additional trace of weird look. All right, the 100 cities smelting trial this time ends here. You all go back then. Xianling finished talking, kneading seals with both hands. The hundreds of altars activated at the same time. Everyone's figures disappeared from the mystic realm. After the 100 cities smelting trial, the news of Wu Meng Capital City seizing first place spread throughout the entire Wu Meng Capital City very quickly like the wind. Wu Meng Capital City's strength had always been unremarkable among these 100 cities. Not considered very weak, but also absolutely not considered strong. 100 cities first place, this sort of thing, had never been related to Wu Meng Capital City. But this time, Wu Meng Capital City actually overpowered Yongdang Capital City, becoming the 100 cities first place. This news was too exciting. Yi Yuan is really too awesome. He sent Wu Meng Capital City up to the throne of first place with his power alone. Still remember when he just entered the academy back then, everybody still thought that his strength was weak. Didn't expect that just 10 years or so said he already soared to the sky with one bound. He even defeated Jinyu. In Grotto Profound Deity realm, he no longer has any opponents, right? Within the academy, there were people praising Yi Yuan everywhere. Back then, even though Yi Yuan defeating Qin Shao was a Stonies. Plussing, that was just Wu Meng Academy's internal affairs. But now it was different. Yi Yuan obtained first place in the 100 cities smelting trial, completely with a sweeping attitude. In the City Lord Manor, a middle-aged man with a dignified appearance sat in the hall. In front of him was the academy head, Wen Yiyang, and Thundercry. Thundercry bowed his body, recounting the incident of Qin Yuanlong, sinating Yi Yuan, saying indignantly, "City Lord, the Qin family is simply too much." No matter what grievances they have with Yi Yuan, using this sort of method to deal with a Grotto Profound realm student seriously makes people despise. Actually, the enmity between the Qin family and Yi Yuan, everyone was aware of right and wrong. The Qin family was used to being overbearing. They could not stomach the smallest bit of offense. Wu Meng City Lord said coolly, "Wen Yang, what do you think?" Wen Yang clasped his hands and said, "City Lord, Yi Yuan is a genius hard to come by in 100,000 years. His significance to our Wu Meng capital city is self-evident. The Qin family was indeed a little too much this time. When Yang, as the academy head, for such a genius to be able to be produced under him, he naturally cherished Yi Yuan immensely. The Qin family's actions had already touched his bottom line. Wu Meng's city lord fell into a long silence. When Yang and Thundercry did not dare to say any more, the two people exchanged a glance, both seeing the puzzlement in the other party's eyes. This matter was too obvious. It did not seem to need additional considerations, right? If a lesson was not taught to the Qin family with even this incident, they would be even more reckless and unscrupulous in the future. Only after a long time did Wu Meng's city lord slowly say, the Qin family's action was not appropriate, but since Qin Yuanlong has already turned his back on the Qin family and was killed by Thundercry, this matter is already settled. The city lord manor has no excuse to find trouble with the Qin family again as well. The Qin family is Wu Meng capital city's senior family clan and has performed outstanding contributions for Wu Meng capital city before. We mustn't easily jump the gun. This matter ends here. This seat will warn the Qin family and let them pay attention to it. This time, Yi Yuan performed notable merits for the capital city, and even won for this seat the 4-star Awakening Divine Pill. You guys give Yi Yuan a good reward. When Yang was shocked inwardly, not expecting that City Lord, His Excellency, brushed his matter over so casually. City Lord's meaning was to reduce a big trouble into a small one and a small one into nothing. Although the Qin family was deeply entrenched in Wu Meng capital city, City Lord did not need to be so fearful either, right? Handling it like this was naturally nothing to Wen Yang. But he was worried that Yi Yuan would have some opinions because of this. Chapter 14, 08 Myriad Longevity, Heavenly Soul Stone. Chapter 14, 08 Myriad Longevity, Heavenly Soul Stone. A warm current flowed in Yi Yuan's abdomen. His divine sea was currently in the midst of slowly expanding. This was the 5th weeping spirit fruit that he swallowed. He finally found the opportunity to break through. At this time, he was currently breaking through the bottleneck, further expanding the divine sea. Yi Yuan's divine sea exuded an archaic aura that had experienced the many vicissitudes of life. It was as if it came from ancient times. The weeping spirit fruit strength was being continuously refined by the chaos heavenspan cannon, pouring into his divine sea. Finally, the divine sea started expanding outwards, forcefully expanding the C of Yi Yuan's Dantian area by a great deal. With this expansion, the divine sea became empty all at once. Then Yi Yuan started to frantically absorb the outside world's spiritual energy, pouring it into the divine sea. No idea how long had said either. Everything quietened down. This chaos heavenspan cannon truly seizes the good fortune of heaven and earth. The divine essence inside your divine sea is getting thicker and thicker, almost becoming a starchy paste already. The thickness of this divine essence may be rated as invincible within the same realm. Dustless said with an emotional sigh, other people's divine sea was akin to a vast ocean, but the divine essence inside Yi Yuan's divine sea was extremely thick, already almost turning into a lump of paste. This was also to say that when the realm was the same, the thickness of Yi Yuan's divine essence was what others were unable to match. Yi Yuan said, in a blink, already cultivated to grand completion, 1st level. It looks like the mission for the period of time next is to create the Chaos Heavenspan Cannon's 2nd level. It's just that so many years have said, I still don't have any leads at all. These few years, Yi Yuan had always been trying to create the Chaos Heavenspan Cannon's 2nd level, but had ended without any fruits. Yi Yuan knew that the higher the realm, the greater the difficulty of creating this cultivation method. In particular, the Chaos Heavenspan canon, this cultivation method, had once triggered a heaven and earth phenomenon. The difficulty was even more conceivable. The more profound, the comprehensive, the clearer one needed to be about heavenly Tao and overall understanding. This absolutely took time and effort. Yi Yuan's grotto profound realm was not yet perfected. His understanding of heavenly Tao was still stagnated at the comprehension of the lesser Heavenspan mountain and was naturally unable to create the second level. Now, Yi Yuan already cultivated to grotto profound to the grand completion. The biggest goal of the next step was to create the Chaos Heavenspan canon's second level. 1. You should go out to experience and temper, shutting yourself in the room to make a cart. This second level cultivation method probably isn't so easy to create. Dustless suggested him. Yi Yuan nodded and said, indeed. After coming to the 100 Cities smelting trial, too much time was on closed seclusion cultivation. It's precisely because of that I would go and take part in the 100 Cities smelting trial this time. The battle with Jinyu, I still gained quite a lot. Dustless nodded and said, Amen, it's good that you have this idea, but there's something that you still have to take heed of. Yi Yuan said curiously, Senior, please say. Dustless said, the soul-suppressing pearl can protect Mu Lingxue, that La S's spiritual consciousness from extinguish. Plusing. But it doesn't mean that it can let her spiritual consciousness forever not extinguish. Plus my state, you're also aware. I could only recover some power by borrowing those evil spirits' strengths. But I'm still too far away from my peak state. Yi Yuan's expression changed, and he said with a frown, Senior, why didn't you tell me this in the past? Dustless smiled and said, What can you do if I tell you? To you, the biggest task is to cultivate. Some things I'll naturally tell you when the time comes. Yi Yuan sucked in a deep breath and said solemnly, Then what should I do now? Dustless said, Go find myriad longevity, heavenly soul stones. The impurities of evil spirits are too many, unable to support my maintaining this La S's spiritual consciousness for a long time. Myriad longevity heavenly soul stones are a good tool to nourish the divine soul and can help me restore my strength further. As long as my divine soul recovers to 2-star, I can preserve this girl's divine soul from extinguish. Plusing for 10,000 years. Yi Yuan's heart sunk, and he said, Only 10,000 years. Yi Yuan knew that the cultivation in the future will probably easily require several hundred or thousands of years. 10,000 years' time was really not considered very long. Dustless nodded and said, Once a person dies, the spiritual consciousness dissipating is nature's maxim. Maintaining her spiritual consciousness from extinguish. Plusing goes against the heavens to begin with. Unless one can reach Tao Ancestor, that kind of height. Otherwise, body can ensure that her spiritual consciousness won't dissipate at all. Your current strength can barely enter the martial arts world to experience and temper, and search for myriad longevity heavenly soul stones in the martial arts world. Your state in the past, telling you this kind of thing won't have any use apart from interfering with your cultivation. Yi Yuan admitted that if Dustless told him this news earlier, it would indeed have affected his cultivation. More haste, less talk. Yi Yuan knew that Mu Lingxue's spiritual consciousness could not be imperishable and would be bound to be overly eager for success. The impact on his future would probably be very great. Yi Yuan nodded and said, Senior, I'll go to the academy to accept missions right now and enter the martial arts world. Yi Yuan knew that the academy's inner court students could accept missions and go out to train. Some were like W.A.N.G. Song, appointed as a region's city lord. However, W.A.N.G. Song, they all did not have confidence in themselves or had no courage to enter the martial arts world. Powerhouses who truly had strength would enter the martial arts world to train, completing the missions provided by the academy. And the immortal Grove world was one of the martial arts worlds. The Heavenspan world had existed for D knows how many billions of years. The powerhouses, ACCU, Mulat were goodness knows how many. One had to know that being able to cultivate to the Divine Lord realm, one could hew open an inner world, going a step further to derive a small world. That was the martial arts world. Hence, the Heavenspan world had many spatial rifts that were all connected to martial arts worlds. Those ownerless martial arts worlds were the perfect places for Heavenspan world powerhouses to explore and seek treasures, because each martial arts world had its own unique aspect. It might give birth to natural treasures unavailable in the Heavenspan world. Some far back era martial arts worlds, it might be left behind by a heavenly emperor, even a transcendent heavenly emperor. Inside might contain the cultivation methods and supreme treasures left behind by these major powers, once obtained by people with heaven-defying destiny. They could even leap over the Dragon Gate. Apart from this, martial arts worlds still had something that everyone coveted: the Tao fruit. Powerhouses above Divine Lord realm would condense a Tao fruit belonging to them. They would normally hide the Tao fruit in their own small world to nurture. Once an explorer obtained the Tao fruit, that was truly soaring to the skies in one move. Just like Heavenly Emperor Jiushang, he ascended to Heavenly Emperor one step ahead of Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove because he obtained a Heavenly Emperor Tao fruit. Of course, martial arts worlds also contained enormous dangers. A single mishap, and one would perish, their Tao disappearing. Firstly, deity realm powerhouses also existed in martial arts worlds. Some were even very powerful. Secondly, there were also some danger zones in martial arts worlds, such as the Immortal Grove world's Fall mountain range. Quite a number of martial artists never came out again after venturing in. Dustless said, "No rush. I know that you're worried about that lot, S, but I have a score in my heart. There's probably still some time before you break through to Heaven Glimpse Deity Realm. But before going to a martial arts world, cultivate sword Tao laws to grand completion, first layered heaven first, thoroughly completing this Sundering Stars move." 1. I also don't understand why the previous paragraph says not perfected, but this paragraph says already reached grand completion. Think author made a mistake somewhere. Chapter 14, 09 Grudge. Chapter 14, 09 Grudge at Yi Yuan's residence. Thundercry's face was rather awkward. When in the mystic realm, he still flared up and solemnly vowed to Qin Tian to have the Qin family give an account. Who knew that now it was all talk and no action, no more follow-up. Yi Yuan, you made great contributions to Wu Meng Academy and the capital city. These are the rewards that City Lord gave you. Thundercry said, the Academy's rewards were not ungenerous. 150,000 points, plus 50 Tier 2 low-grade divine pills, plus a profound divine artifact battle armor. The 100,000 points awarded to Yi Yuan previously were already pretty much depleted by him. These 150,000 points, to Yi Yuan it was as if delivering charcoal in the snow. And a profound divine artifact battle armor could even have the effect of defending against the attack of Heaven Glimpse Deity Realm powerhouses. Except Yi Yuan was not so easy to fool, and said with a faint smile, I didn't expect that the Qin family's ability is actually so great, doing this sort of thing, and actually still made teacher Thundercry run into a wall. Thundercry did not expect that Yi Yuan was actually so smart, actually seeing through the whole thing so quickly. He was originally still planning on fighting a quick battle to end things fast and slip away after giving Yi Yuan these rewards. Looking at it now, he could not avoid it. Since Yi Yuan exposed it, Thundercry had nothing to hide either. Heaving a sigh, he said, "The Qin family is one of Wu Meng capital city's oldest families. A Wu Meng capital city's city lord had even once emerged from that family before. The Qin family's forces span every corner of the entire Wu Meng capital city. Even if city lord, His Excellency, wants to touch them, he would also have to weigh it over." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "So that's how it is. Thank you, Teacher Thundercry, for making a trip." Thundercry froze. He originally thought that Yi Yuan would rebuke him in a fit of rage, saying that he failed to act. He did not think that Yi Yuan just casually brushed it off. This Yi Yuan was really different from the rest. Thundercry let out a long sigh. If Yi Yuan kept on pressing, he would not know how to answer instead. "Ho, too courteous. Hope that you don't have any thoughts, and just cultivate well. After all, this Wu Meng capital city, it's still City Lord His Excellency, who calls the shots." Thundercry said with an embarrassed smile. Yi Yuan nodded with a smile and said, "Yi Yuan understands. After some time, I plan on going out to train and won't disappoint Teacher Thundercry." Thundercry's expression could not help changing when he heard that and said, "Going out to train? You just broke through to Grand Completion Grotto Profound not long. It's not too late to go out and train after breaking through to the Heaven Glimpse Deity realm. Going out to train right now is too dangerous." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Teacher Thundercry, rest assured. Yi Yuan has a score in his heart." When Thundercry saw that Yi Yuan's mind was made up, and also recalling his outstanding strength, he could only nod and said, "All right, you be careful yourself then. These are 3 heavenly thunder swift talismans that I refined. It's a great deal faster than your sword maneuvering flight speed. Perhaps it will be of aid to you." Thundercry took out 3 yellow talismans and said them to Yi Yuan. A powerful lightning attribute, law aura, hit him head-on. Yi Yuan was slightly surprised, but he still accepted the heavenly thunder swift talismans and said with clasped hands, "Then I'll have to thank Teacher Thundercry." After Thundercry left, Yi Yuan's face turned sullen. He felt that this matter was probably not so simple. The Qin family's forces in Wu Meng capital city were deeply entrenched. This point, Yi Yuan acknowledged it. But was this kind of deep-rootedness capable of making a Divine Lord realm powerhouse compromise? Yi Yuan felt that Wu Meng City Lord was probably not coming to terms with the Qin family, but was not willing to punish them. It looked like there was quite a bit of connection between Wu Meng City Lord and the Qin family. For him to send these over, looks like he wants to pacify you, make you live together in harmony with the Qin family. It looks like he doesn't want to offend both sides. Dustless said. Yi Yuan said, "The Qin family isn't to be offended, but what's not to be offended about me? I helped him obtain the 4-star divine pill, and he didn't even show his face. Looks like in his eyes, I'm just an insignificant student. Sending these seems fair. Actually, he's siding with the Qin family there." Dustless could not help being stifled, and said, "What you said is right. If this Wu Meng City Lord targets you, you'll be in danger." Yi Yuan smiled coldly, and said, "This Wu Meng City Lord really disappoints me. Now, I really love and hate this Wu Meng capital city." After all, Yi Yuan's Sundering Stars was comprehended in Wu Meng Academy. It was also considered receiving Wu Meng Academy's grace. But Wu Meng City Lord's way of doing things made Yi Yuan rather disappointed. Yi Yuan comprehended Sundering Stars and contributed Sundering Stars to the Wu Meng Academy without holding back in the slightest, and also radiated splendor in the 100 Cities smelting trial. One could say that his repayment to the Wu Meng Academy was already far more than what should be demanded. Just a 4-star divine pill was worth several cities. But in the end, what it exchanged for was such an outcome. Dustless said, "You'd best be a little more careful in the future. Don't get into a conflict with the Qin family anymore. Otherwise, what kind of ATT Tude Wumeng city lord has his heart to say?" Yi Yuan smiled coldly and said, "It's naturally well if they don't come and provoke me. If they really provoke me, Yi Yuan, have never feared anyone before." Yi Yuan stayed for 5 years in the Sword Tomb's 5th level. 5 years later, Sundering Stars was finally completed. Close to 20 years' time from start to finish, Yi Yuan finally completed the Chaos Heaven Opening Sword Art's 1st level sword move. Presently, when Yi Yuan deployed Sundering Stars, this move, with the Chaos Heaven Span cannon at full power, he had the confidence to have a showdown with newly advanced Heaven Glimpse powerhouses. Although there was a tremendous gulf between Heaven Glimpse powerhouses and Grotto Profound martial artists, when Yi Yuan was at late-stage Grotto Profound, his strength already swept across those in the same rank. Now, his realm and martial technique both had an all-round improvement. It was sufficient to make up for this enormous chasm. At least, he had the power to fight. Coming out of the Sword Tomb, Yi Yuan went straight to the Merit Hall. This was the place where Wu Meng Academy students received missions. It was also Yi Yuan's first time coming over. That inner court disciple in charge of missions clearly knew Yi Yuan and said with a laugh, "Yo, what wind blew our 100 cities, #1 person here? Junior apprentice brother, Yi hasn't entered the inner court yet. Could it be that you're already planning on receiving missions?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Senior apprentice brother, I plan on going out to train for a bit. Is there a list of missions for me to take a look first?" That student's expression changed, and he said solemnly, "Junior apprentice brother, Yi plans on going out to train? The danger of that kind of mission is very high, even if inner court students go. The rate of death is also extremely high. I know that junior apprentice brother's strength is quite strong, but shouldn't you go out to train after being promoted to the inner court first?" Yi Yuan saw that the other party's concern did not seem to be false, and he could not help feeling touched. Yi Yuan's prestige in the inner court was also extremely high, not just in the outer court. After all, he helped Wu Meng capital city seize the champions. HI+P with his power alone, and even shaved their mortal foe, Zhejiang capital city, bald, making everyone hold their heads up high. Before long, Yi Yuan would even release splendor in the inner court. Such a promising junior apprentice brother. Everyone was naturally willing to get closer. Yi Yuan smiled when he heard that and said, "Thanks for senior apprentice brother's concern. But cultivating for a long time in the academy, I feel like I've already reached a bottleneck period. When training, I'll be more careful." Chapter 1410, Sky, Foothill World. Chapter 1410, Sky, Foothill World. All right then, there are 5 jade pillars over there, representing the difficulty of the missions from low to high. You can go and check it out yourself. After examining them, come to me to register will do. That inner court student saw that Yi Yuan's attitude was firm and could only agree. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Many thanks, senior apprentice brother." On one side of the Merit Hall's great hall, 5 jade pillars were placed from low to high. Yi Yuan arrived in front of the jade pillars and poured divine essence into the first jade pillar. The jade pillar immediately erupted with rays of brilliant light. A whole bunch of information entered Yi Yuan's mind. Breath Rain World, Divine Lord rank Small World, Highest Level Powerhouse, Grotto Profound Deity Realm, Dangerous Places, Western Fame Valley, Heavenly Melody Mountain, Basic Missions, Black Yun Metal, Splendid Flora Fruit, Difficulty 1 star, Completing a Mission one could obtain 800 points. Advanced missions. Divine Lord Profound Treasure left behind by Breath Rain Divine Lord. Difficulty 2 stars. Completing a mission, one could obtain 1,500 points. On it was a detailed description of the Breath Rain world, including the local customs, topography, and so on, very detailed. Information after information filtered through in Yi Yuan's mind very quickly. Yi Yuan discovered that the information on the 1-star jade pillar was actually not that hard. With his current strength, he could at least protect himself. The strongest powerhouses in these worlds were mostly just grotto profound realm. Yi Yuan's strength could virtually sweep across. Of course, only he, this grotto profound martial artist, dared to say sweep across this kind of words. The myriad longevity heavenly soul stone was a very rarely seen natural treasure. It would not appear in every small world. But if someone discovered myriad longevity heavenly soul stones in a small world, it would definitely be listed as one of the missions. It was just too bad that the 1-star jade pillar did not have news about myriad longevity heavenly soul stones. Hence, Yi Yuan came to the 2-star jade pillar to check. The worlds recorded on the 2-star jade pillar was clearly much more dangerous than on the 1-star jade pillar. Quite a number of world's highest level powerhouses were all heaven glimpse deity realm. Of course, the danger level was not just according to the highest level powerhouse. Each small world situation was different, the situation very complicated. Some people training suck. You bed inside without even figuring out the situation. Yi Yuan skimmed over the 2-star jade pillar and still did not find news about the myriad longevity heavenly soul stone. His heart could not help sinking. He was not afraid of danger. What he feared was not being able to find the myriad longevity heavenly soul stone. As long as there was news about myriad longevity heavenly soul stones, even if it was a dragon's lair or tiger's den, he would also brave it. Yi Yuan sucked in a deep breath and started investigating the information on the 3-star jade pillar. He secretly praised, on this 3-star jade pillar, there must be information about the myriad longevity heavenly soul stone. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Information entered his eyes. Sky Foothill World. Celestial Deity, rank small world. Highest level powerhouse. Origin Deity realm. Dangerous places. Unclear. Basic missions. Myriad longevity heavenly soul stone. 9 melody psychic. Immortal fruit. Purple sand gold. Difficulty 3 stars. Completing a mission, one could obtain 100,000 points. Advanced missions. Celestial Deity Tao Fruit. Difficulty 4 stars. Completing a mission, one could obtain 300,000 points. That was it. Without the slightest hesitation, Yi Yuan found that inner court student. Senior apprentice brother, I want to choose the number 8 mission on the 3-star jade pillar. Yi Yuan said. That student was stupefied, somewhat doubting if his ears heard wrongly or not. Junior apprentice brother Yi, this is a 3-star mission. Are you mistaken? This 3-star mission, as long one of the missions was completed, one could get 100,000 points. The difficulty and level of danger could be seen. It was on a completely different level than the 1-star and 2-star missions previously. Yi Yuan was merely a grotto profound realm martial artist, wanting to challenge such a high difficulty mission. As soon as he came up, his astonishment could be imagined. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "That's right, this is it. I'll have to trouble senior apprentice, brother, to give me the coordinates of the Sky Foothill world." Junior apprentice, brother Yi, it's your first time taking part in a training mission. You might not know the difficulty of 3-star missions. This number 8 mission, over 5,000 students have done it in the past. The majority of them were all middle stage, heaven glimpse, late stage, even grand completion powerhouses. But the ones who came back in the end were less than 10%. Among the 10%, those able to complete the mission were even fewer. That student was warm-hearted too, worried that Yi Yuan did not know the danger, and urged earnestly with good intentions. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Many thanks, senior apprentice brother, for cautioning. I'll be careful." That student opened his mouth, but did not say anything. This junior apprentice brother, Yi never seemed to do things according to the convention. Missions that other people avoided like the plague, he was eager to go. More importantly, Yi Yuan was too weak currently. Even if Yi Yuan's strength was superior, far Serpa Sing same-rank martial artists, his realm was too low after all. He did not even enter the inner court, and want to challenge a 3-star mission. Wasn't this somewhat overestimating his own ability? All right, since junior apprentice brother Yi insists on going, then you'll have to be more careful. Entering a small world to train, the most important thing is to protect yourself. Missions and whatnot are second. That student reminded him again. Yi Yuan nodded and said, "That is, of course. I don't wish to court death too." That student nodded and said, "The number 8 missions information is already stored in your academy token. You can go back and study it well. But you have to swear a heavenly Tao oath right now to absolutely not reveal the mission's information for others to know." Yi Yuan nodded his head slightly, swearing a heavenly Tao oath on the spot. Each small world was a treasure trove and also a precious resource of Wumeng capital city. They naturally did not allow it to be leaked out. Watching Yi Yuan leave, that student's face revealed a puzzled look and muttered, "This junior apprentice brother, Yi really exceeds all expectations. It's just that this 3-star mission is a little too dangerous. He's my Wumeng Academy's future. Hope that he'll be fine." Right at this time, another figure walked in. That student's expression changed, and he hurriedly saluted and said, "I pay respects to Elder Qin." He was secretly alarmed. Elder Qin Tianing was one of the few existences whose status was second only to the academy head. Normally, he was in close seclusion and rarely appeared. Why did he suddenly show up today, and even came to the Merit Hall? He suddenly thought of the Yi Yuan who just left and could not help becoming fearful in his heart. Elder Qin wouldn't be here aiming for Yi Yuan, right? Qin Tianing snorted lightly, considered to have acknowledged it, and said coolly, "What mission did Yi Yuan draw just now?" That student's expression changed, and he said awkwardly, "Elder Qin, the missions that students draw are strictly confidential. This isn't complying with the rules." Qin Tianing's brows furrowed, and he said with a cold snort, "This old man is an elder association's member. Is it confidential even from me? If you don't wish to stay in the academy, just say it straight. This old man will send you out tomorrow." That student's expression changed, and he said fearfully, "Elder Qin is mistaken. The mission that Yi Yuan drew was the number 8 mission on the 3-star jade pillar. The coordinates are—" Qin Tianing nodded slightly and said, "Emen, that's more like it. You don't think too much. This matter was personally ordered by City Lord, His Excellency. If you let a third person know the consequences, you know it." Chapter 14:11 Heavenly Tao Rejection. 14:11 Heavenly Tao Rejection. Qin Tian. Have you thought it over? This mission that Yi Yuan chose isn't simple. It's said that the strongest person in that Sky Foothill World's Sky Foothill Divine Palace is a grand completion origin deity powerhouse. Once you're outside or ident, 1. Tai is exposed, you'll suffer endless pursuit. Inside a Wumeng Academy's secret room, Qin Tianing and Qin Tian sat opposite each other. Qin Tianing warned Qin Tian with a solemn look. When Qin Tianing learned that what Yi Yuan was carrying out was the Sky Foothill World's mission, he got a shock too. The difficulty of the Sky Foothill World's mission, he was aware. The mortality rate was very high. Yi Yuan, a newcomer, actually challenged such a dangerous world. It was seriously out of his expectations. Along with it, he also became somewhat worried about Qin Tian's safety. Qin Tian was the Qin family's #1 genius, the only candidate for the next family head. If some accident happened to him, the Qin family could not bear it. However, Qin Tian had a decisive appearance as he said calmly, "Yi Yuan already became my mental demon. Not killing him, I may never be able to step into the Divine Lord realm in this life." Qin Tianing was deeply aware of the terror of mental demons and said with a nod, "It's too bad that origin deity realms can't enter the Sky Foothill world. Otherwise, they're ident. 1. Ties will be revealed very quickly and suffer the Sky Foothill Divine Palace's pursuit. Entering the Sky Foothill world, everything can only be up to you." Qin Tian nodded and said, "I have a score in my heart. Yi Yuan's greatest reliance is that late-stage 2-star evil spirit and sword maneuvering flight. After entering the Sky Foothill world, there isn't the Heaven-span world's spatial suppression, and I can fly to, at that time, all the things he relies on don't exist at all in front of me. However I want to kill him, I'll kill him." Although Qin Tian hated Yi Yuan, but was not a reckless person, if there isn't absolute certainty, he would not take this risk. After all, in Qin Tian's view, his life was much more valuable than Yi Yuan's. He, Qin Tian, was an existence who would step into Divine Lord realm in the future, while Yi Yuan was destined to be a wisp of a deceased soul under his sword. At Sky Foothill World's borders, above the void, a majestic world locking gate slowly manifested itself. A tiny figure shuttled out of the world locking gate, stopping above the vast sea. I really didn't expect that the Heaven-span world still has stable wind needle, this kind of divine artifact, capable of moving freely in a spatial storm. Back then, if I were to have such a magic treasure, why would I be injured so miserably? The one who came through the world-locking gate was precisely Yi Yuan. Before he came, he got 2 divine artifacts called Stable Wind Needle from a teacher in the Academy's Artifact Refining Hall. Using this stable wind needle to shuttle back and forth in a spatial storm, one could actually HI+ELD against those violent spatial turbulent flows, letting him arrive at the opposite short safe and sound. This involuntarily made Yi Yuan recall the scene of escaping by a hair's breadth in the spatial storm back then. If he had this stable wind needle in his hands back then, it would not be to the extent of being so miserable either. The Heaven-span world's artifact refining methods are what the small world's people cannot imagine. But stable wind needle, this thing, is strictly controlled in the hands of capital cities. This level of forces, once discovered in the outside world, they will immediately be sentenced to capital punishment. The stable wind needle is just a one-time consumable. You'll only be given 2 when you're carrying out the mission to avoid it falling into outsiders' hands. Dustless said. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Looks like I need to get more of those divine artifacts. Otherwise, it will really be quite troublesome to want to search for the myriad longevity heavenly soul stone in the future." While talking, a series of air bubbles suddenly emerged in the ocean. Swuz. H. Plus swuz. H. Plus swuz. H. Plus several hundred fish-shaped monsters came out of the water, pouncing crazily towards Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed. His aura surged, rippling out. Poo, poo, poo. Those fish-shaped monsters' bodies directly exploded into clouds of blood mist under this terrifying undulation. Mere tier 9 demonic beasts also dare to attack me. Really overestimating your own ability. Yi Yuan said disdainfully, But right at this time, another 3 fish-shaped monsters came out of the water. These 3 auras were clearly much stronger compared to those previously. It was shockingly a rank 1 divine beast, Whoosh Whoosh, whose H plus 3 streaks of sword light burst forth without any signs, akin to a squall, shredding those 3 monsters into pieces without the slightest sluggishness. "Senior, what's going on?" "I didn't provoke them," Yi Yuan said helplessly. Yi Yuan was just standing there quietly and did not provoke anyone, but these fierce beasts unleashed attacks at him without heed for their lives. This made Yi Yuan very perplexed. Back then, when those fiend race powerhouses entered the Immortal Grove world, they suffered Immortal Grove, Heavenly Tao's repulsion. Now, you're the outsider to the Sky Foothill world. Those fierce beasts' intelligence has yet to be unlocked. Their actions are entirely based on instincts and are the most sensitive to external forces, Dustless said. Yi Yuan felt his head swell, and he said, "Doesn't that mean that I'll be exposed very easily?" Dustless nodded and said, "That's right. The aura on your body is incongruous with Sky Foothill World's Heavenly Tao. Deity realm powerhouses can identify it very easily. Furthermore, the stronger the attacks you exhibit, the stronger the Heavenly Tao's suppression. If not because of this mission's death rate naturally wouldn't be so high either." Yi Yuan fell silent. He had really never considered this problem before, but now it became a very troublesome matter. The myriad longevity heavenly soul stones, this kind of precious natural treasure, would probably be monopolized by the Sky Foothill Divine Palace. No matter how careful he was, it was also impossible to avoid their investigation. Those trial takers who entered in the past were all late-stage Heaven Glimpse powerhouses. There were even powerhouses at Qin Tian's level, but their auras were too obvious. Once they clashed with the Sky Foothill Divine Palace's powerhouses, it was basically no return. Hence, that was why this mission was designated as a 3-star difficulty mission. Yi Yuan said helplessly, "Senior, could it be that there's no way?" Dustless shook his head and said, "Forget about you. Even Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove enters a small world. He'd be rejected by Heavenly Tao too, unless you can obtain this Sky Foothill world's Tao fruit. Or you can be like with the Immortal Grove world, obtaining this Sky Foothill world's Heavenly Tao's recognition." Yi Yuan could not help losing all hope when he heard that. This way, wanting to obtain the myriad longevity Heavenly Soul Stone was really bleak. Yi Yuan fell silent, falling into hard thinking. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, giving rise to enlightenment in his heart. Yi Yuan's figure moved, directly vanished. Plussing above the sea. When he appeared again, he already arrived in an enormous forest. Yi Yuan searched for an open S.P.A.C., sat down cross-legged, and started revolving the Chaos Heavenspan cannon, communicating with the lesser Heavenspan mountain. No idea how long had passed, said either. Yi Yuan's body suddenly emitted a sacred aura. The world-suppressing steel flew straight out of Yi Yuan's body, suspending above his head. A pale white light halo poured down, enveloping Yi Yuan's body. Seeing this scene, Dustless's entire body involuntarily shuddered, his gaze revealing astonishment. This kid is really too talented to be able to achieve this step. There's probably only him alone since time immemorial, right? Said Dustless, who was shocked to the core. Chapter 1412 by Chun. 1412 by Chun. After a long time, the milky white light halo dissipated. Yi Yuan slowly opened both eyes, his eyes revealing a look of excitement. It really worked. The current Yi Yuan already completely could not feel the Sky Foothill Heavenly Tao's rejection any longer. How did you think of it? To actually think of using the Lesser Heavenspan Mountain to imitate the Sky Foothill Heavenly Tao's aura. Dustless exclaimed. Ha! Small worlds are created by martial artists. Their heavenly Tao is naturally born from the heaven-span world's heavenly Tao too. Since that's the case, the parent body imitating the child body's aura shouldn't be hard. Therefore, I tried communicating with the lesser heaven-span mountain. Didn't expect that it really worked, Yi Yuan said with an excited look. Dustless was speechless. This boy would frequently have some whimsical ideas. Even he was endlessly amazed. This time, it clearly succeeded again until it shocked him. With the lesser heaven-span mountain protecting him, however vast this sky foothill world, it was free for him to roam. Even if origin deity realm powerhouses stood in front of him, they could not recognize him either. Yi Yuan's mind stirred. The deity realm powerhouse aura on his body gradually faded away. Very soon, the martial Tao aura on Yi Yuan's body completely disappeared, looking just like an ordinary person. Yi Yuan was confident that unless he encountered origin deity realm powerhouses, otherwise, body could see through him, want to integrate into this world, it was better to be more low profile. Actually, the Sky Foothill world information grasped by Wumeng Academy was not much. What Yi Yuan understood was very limited too. Hence, he must first understand this world before he could know how to obtain the myriad longevity heavenly soul stone. Finus. Plussing with this, Yi Yuan took a step and directly disappeared from where he stood. In the forest, Yi Yuan seemed to be strolling idly in a courtyard. In reality, his speed was swift to the extreme. Taking a step out, it was 1,000 miles away. Amen. Yi Yuan's figure suddenly paused, stopping. Arriving at the Sky Foothill world, his divine sense recovered to an extremely terrifying range again, and already detected several figures ahead. At the same time, Yi Yuan even detected that a deity realm fierce beast was currently coming in his direction. The fierce beast is in that direction. Teacher Mo Yun, this time I can definitely personally capture that fierce beast and tame it. Don't intervene today. A young voice sounded out. Hoo-hoo, Mo Yun naturally believes in young Lord Bai Chen's strength. You just feel free to act. Not reaching the final juncture, I won't intervene, Mo Yun said with a light laugh. He knew that this young Lord Bai Chen enjoyed success at a young age and was very proud. Suffering major losses under the hands of this fierce beast repeatedly, he was very pent up. However, young Lord Bai Chen's talent was indeed astonies. Plussing. In less than a year's time, young Lord Bai Chen already became much stronger under this fierce beast stimulation. Although he was still not that fierce beast's match, yet currently defeating it alone was already something sooner or later. Teacher Mo Yun, this time you absolutely mustn't be like last time, repelling it when I only suffered a bit of injury. Otherwise, I'll really fall out. Bai Chen said unhappily. Young Lord Rest, sure, I definitely won't this time. Unless it concerns life and death, I absolutely won't take action. Mo Yun laughed and said, Come on, young lord. You can definitely defeat that fierce beast this time. Young lord is mighty. Young lord is mighty. Several accompanying martial artists were all cheering Bai Chen on. Bai Chen smiled proudly and rushed over in the fierce beast's direction. Roar. When Bai Chen rushed over, the fierce beast was currently roaring madly in Yi Yuan's direction, the commotion extremely terrifying. Originally, the dense woods blocked the view. Only when Bai Chen came near did he discover that there was a young man standing there, and the fierce beast was currently baring its fangs and brandis. Plussing its claws, summing a posture about to pounce at Yi Yuan. Don't move. Leave this guy to me. Bai Chen shouted loudly, his figure DOS. plussing towards that fierce beast like lightning. That was a lion-type fierce beast. Yi Yuan did not recognize it. Although this species of fierce beast was extremely strong, it was not civilized and did not belong to the category of the demon race. Bai Chun had an imposing momentum, brandished a divine artifact heavy spear, and clashed together with the fierce beast. The moment he got started, Bai Chun thoroughly suppressed the fierce beast. With this, he pressed on relentlessly, one spear following another, fighting until the fierce beast fell back repeatedly. When Bai Chun saw this, he had an even more excited look, growing in bravery as he fought. While at this time, Mo Yun and the rest also said through the dense forest and arrived here. When they discovered Yi Yuan, they all could not help being stunned. Before this, they all sensed two powerful auras. They were precisely from Bai Chun and the fierce beast. Apart from these two, they completely did not sense other people's auras, did not expect that there was actually still a person here, an ordinary person. Mo Yun's gaze sized up Yi Yuan, but no matter how he sized up, Yi Yuan was an ordinary person. Boom! Right at this time, a heavy spear of Bai Chen's knocked the fierce beast over. When those followers saw this scene, they immediately applauded. Good, young Lord Bai Chun, beautifully done. Continue, young Lord, kill it. When these people saw that Yi Yuan was just an ordinary person, they directly ignored him. Reckon that this guy was long frightened silly by the fierce beast, right? Only Mo Yun's brows furrowed, slightly seemingly pondering about something. By Chen's attack succeeding, he gave even less of a chance for the fierce beast to catch its breath. One spear followed another, very quickly beating the fierce beast until it did not have the strength to retaliate. Boom! Bai Chen gasped heavily for air, pounding the heavy spear on the ground. A golden collar appeared in his hands at no idea when. Summon! Bai Chen muttered words under his breath, then threw the collar. The collar slipped onto the fierce beast's neck. The fierce beast already did not have the strength to resist, and could only helplessly watch Bai Chen's action, with its eyes revealing a look of despair. Leave it to you guys. Bai Chun roared loudly to the entourage, but he then turned to Yi Yuan, patted his shoulders, and said with a smile, Kid, scared silly, right? Just now. If this young master, I came a bit later, you'd have become a meal in this guy's belly. Yi Yuan smiled lightly and said, Many thanks for young Lord Bai Chen's life-saving grace. It was just that he had a calm and collected appearance. How was it at all like being scared silly? But Yi Yuan did not say much, going along with things. Bai Chen did not put on much air, waved his hands, and said, No need, just a simple matter not worth mentioning. But your guts are really plucky. This wilderness forest is full of danger. Even deity realm powerhouses don't dare to easily set foot inside. You actually dared to come here by yourself. Yi Yuan smiled and did not dispute further. Bai Chen put away the fierce beast and was in a great mood, saying to Yi Yuan again, Forget this. This young lord's mood today is pretty good. I'll bring you out together. Yi Yuan clasped his hands and said, Then I'll have to thank young Lord Bai Chen very much. Haha, you kid are really lucky running into young Lord Bai Chen coming out to train today. Otherwise, you wouldn't even have bones left. When you exit the wilderness forest, you have to thank young Lord Bai Chen properly. It's also young Lord Bai Chen who is kind-hearted. If it were others, they wouldn't even be bothered with you. Those followers all came in front of Yi Yuan to poke fun, all feeling that Yi Yuan survived by a fluke. Chapter 14:13 Pa. S. Serbi A. 1413 pascals. S. Serbi A. Bai Chun rode the lion mirage beast, looking awe-inspiring and very pleased. Yi Yuan already got to know from Bai Chun that this lion-shaped fierce beast's name was called Lion Mirage Beast. When Yi Yuan saw this scene, He was very curious, too. That collar seemed to have considerable magical powers. Latching onto that lion mirage beast's neck, that guy submitted. Young Lord Baichun, I wonder what kind of wondrous object this collar is. Yi Yuan asked. Baichun smiled and said, This is an imperial spirit circle. It's also normal for you mortals to not have heard of it before. This is a high-grade spirit divine artifact. As long as I drip blood for it to acknowledge as master, then put it onto the neck of a fierce beast, it can suppress rank 1 deity realm fierce beasts and let it submit to me. Of course, the prerequisite is that I must beat it until it doesn't have the strength to retaliate. Yi Yuan secretly marveled. He did not expect that this sky foothill world actually had such impressive artifact refining means. Seeing Yi Yuan's curious appearance, Baichun smiled and said, Want to come up and experience it? Yi Yuan smiled and shook his head, saying, This thing is too formidable. I'd better not ride. Ha! This kid, look like a pale-faced scholar. Your guts are also too small. This lion mirage beast is already subdued and won't attack people. A follower mocked him. Yi Yuan just smiled and did not explain. Not that he did not want to sit, but he did not dare to sit. If he were to sit on it, how could this lion mirage beast still move? The reason why Baichun was able to easily bring down the lion mirage beast was all because of Yi Yuan's intimidation. Currently, Yi Yuan's body simulated the aura of Sky Foothill's heavenly Tao. Those fierce beasts would not be averse to him like before. Hence, they could also sense the terror on Yi Yuan's body. The demon race bloodline in Yi Yuan's body was incomparably blee. Furthermore, the power was extremely formidable. That lion mirage beast bearing its fangs and brandis. Plussing its claws at that time was not scaring Yi Yuan but being afraid of Yi Yuan. It was just that when Baichun saw it, he thought that the lion mirage beast wanted to attack Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan took Baichun's strength into his sights. Although he recently entered the Grotto Profound deity realm, and his spear art was not bad, as well, wanting to deal with this lion mirage beast, it was still a little lacking. But by the side, Mo Yun was constantly on heightened vigilance constantly. The rest did not have any suspicions about Yi Yuan, but he kept feeling that this Yi Yuan was problematic. It was just that where was the problem? He could not pinpoint it either. Swuz. H. Plus swuz. H. Plus swuz. H. Plus suddenly, over a dozen figures dashed out of the dense forest, surrounding Baichun and company. Baichun, I've waited for this chance for a very long time. Today is your death date. A young figure divided everyone and said this with a wild laugh. Baichun's expression changed, and he said in a solemn voice, Baichun, what's the meaning of this? Baichun smiled hideously and said, What's the meaning? My strength is more powerful than you. Age is older than yours. Why is it that you're the young lord? Well, I have to become a dog under you. I'm unwilling. I want to become the young lord and rule the White Knight Sacred Palace in the future. Mo Yun reproached furiously. Baichun, are you crazy? For this, you recruited the Autumn Rain Sacred Palace's people. You have to know that they are our White Knight Sacred Palace's mortal enemy. Baichun sneered coldly and said, So what? As long as I can get the position of the young lord, what does it matter what means I use? Behind Baichun, a middle-aged man looked at Mo Yun and said with a laugh, Mo Yun didn't expect it, right? Don't blame me for not giving you a chance. Kill Baichun, then join our Autumn Rain Sacred Palace. With your strength, you'll be put in an important position. Mo Yun ignored him but glared at Yi Yuan and said, Your Autumn Rain Sacred Palace's spy. Otherwise such a vast wilderness forest. How did you guys find us? Bai Chen's entire body trembled, looking at Yi Yuan in disbelief. You actually repaid kindness with ingrat. One toot. Bai Chen pointed at Yi Yuan and said with bitter resentment, Humph! I've observed him for very long already. He isn't some ordinary person at all, but a hidden expert. On his body, there's probably an aura-concealing divine artifact. Mo Yun said with a cold snort. Yi Yuan did not expect Mo Yun to suddenly point the spearhead at him. He said with a guileless look, I'm really not a spy. You all should be able to testify for me, right? Who Yi Yuan asked was Bai Chong. He instantly felt that he was being wronged. Currently, this sort of situation by Chen's side was a certain death situation. Mo Yin was merely half-step heaven glimpse realm. The others were mostly initial stage grotto profound strength, while opposite, that man's strength was more or less the same as Mo Yun's. Apart from him, the other over dozen people were all grotto profound realm powerhouse. Quite a few among them were even middle stage, even late stage existences. The overall strength was significantly stronger than this side, but Bai Chong smiled coldly and said, Mo Yun, you're right. He was sent by us to investigate your whereabouts. When Bai Chong saw Bai Chen's side having internal strife, he was naturally happy to see them fight in the nest. He did not mind sowing discord. Sure enough, when Bai Chen and Mo Yun heard this, their faces changed, glaring at Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan, I really misjudged you. If I had long known it would be like this, I'd have let the lion mirage beast eat you. Bai Chen said angrily. Mo Yun said in a cold voice, Young lord, no need to talk rubbish with him anymore. Kill him. Done talking. Mo Yun lifted his hand, and it was a palm with boundless might. Seeing this scene, the middle-aged man opposite and Bai Chong both revealed delighted faint smiles. Boom! The outrageously shocking palm struck right onto Yi Yuan's chest. However, Yi Yuan stood there, without moving an inch, forcefully receiving this palm. Everyone's A-L-L-S popped out, looking at this scene in disbelief. Yi Yuan was completely fine. How is this possible? The middle-aged man muttered. Mo Yun's strength, he was still aware. This palm, even he did not dare to forcefully receive it. This young man actually forcefully withstood this palm. Yi Yuan was wearing Wu Meng Academy's profound divine artifact battle armor. This degree of attack naturally could not threaten him. Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said with a smile, Actually, I'm just Serbi A and really didn't have the intention of getting involved in your struggle for the position of young lord. All right, in order to express my innocence, I won't take part in your fight. This will do, right? Finished talking, Yi Yuan stood with his hands behind his back and really retreated to one side. With this, it was Bai Chong's side's turn to lose composure. This young man was a little too unfathomable, right? The expression of the middle-aged man opposite turned stern, suddenly recalling something. He whispered in Bai Chong's ear, They are definitely putting on an act, wanting to scare us away. No need to care about him. The most important thing is to kill Bai Chun. Bai Chong's expression turned austere, nodded his head, and said in a solemn voice, Attack. Whoever kills Bai Chun will be heavily rewarded. Kill. Those doze-over people shouted loudly. Russ. H.I. Plussing over towards Bai Chun in a swarm. Mo Yun's expression changed, and was just about to take action when the middle-aged man's figure already arrived. Your opponent is me. Bai Chun is dead for sure today. Stop putting up a last-ditch fight. The middle-aged man said with a hideous grin. Bai Chen's few followers protected Bai Chun in the center tightly and faced the besieging of over a dozen grotto profound powerhouses. Very soon, they were running low in strength. When Mo Yun saw this, he could not help becoming greatly anxious. Yi Yuan stood tall and upright at one side. Suddenly, he let out a sigh and said, "Sure enough, I still can't look on." Chapter 14:14 Playing Cat and Mouse. 14:14 Playing Cat and Mouse. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Several dozen sword lights tore across the sky, lighting up breathtakingly. Bai Chen only felt a blur before his eyes, and his long spear pierced right through his opponent's chest without the slightest hindrance. Bai Chen had yet to have time to rejoice when he discovered that fresh blood sprayed off the other party's body. Then he broke off into several pieces. The other party opened his eyes wide, not understanding how he died towards the end. Bai Chen opened his eyes wide too, similarly not understanding how his opponent died. Very clearly, it had nothing to do with his spear at all. Not just Bai Chen, his several followers were stunned in place too. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The autumn rain sacred palace's powerhouses were all diced into pieces, deader than dead. What happened just now? S so strong. T2 strong. This is a true expert. Bai Chen's followers all drew a cold breath, gazes looking towards Yi Yuan in horror. That expression, there was surprise, gratefulness, but even more, it was fear. In a blink of an eye, annihilated over a dozen grotto-profound deity realm powerhouses. Among them, even included a half-step heaven glimpse powerhouse. This kind of strength, they did not dare to imagine it at all. Even if a heaven glimpse powerhouse was here, he probably could not do it so neat and tidily either, right? Those were over a dozen deity realm powerhouses. He actually killed them like chopping melons and vegetables. Mo Yun's face was white as a sheet, the muscles on his body plus veering endlessly because of fear. What did he do previously? Slammed a palm at Yi Yuan? Was he tired of living, wanting to seek death? That autumn rain sacred palace's middle-aged man's strength was similar to his, but the former was exterminated by Yi Yuan without even reacting in time. He absolutely would not last an additional half a breath's time in front of him either. The shock that this opening move of Yi Yuan brought was too intense. Mo Yun sucked in a breath deeply, forcefully suppressing the horror in his heart, and bowed to Yi Yuan and said, "Mo Yun has wronged your excellency previously, resulting in doing a foolish thing. Many thanks to your excellency for disregarding my former suspicions and saving our lives. Mo Yun is aware that I'm guilty. Your excellency, please punies. Plus it's just that. Your excellency, please let young Lord Bai Chen off." Bai Chen's entire body trembled, hurriedly saying, "Your excellency, teacher Mo Yun was just anxious to protect his student. Your excellency, please give him a way out. Bai Chen is willing to pay any price." Mo Yun watched him grow up all the way like a master and like a father. The two people's relations. I plus P was extremely good. Letting Bai Chen helplessly watch Mo Yun be killed, he could not do it. Mo Yun's expression changed, and he said, "Young lord, don't need to plead. Mo Yun offended his excellency and has committed a capital offense. For his excellency to make a move and save us is already magnanimous and broad-minded. Young lord, don't need to plead for Mo Yun." Yi Yuan looked at this master and disciple, two people, and could not help feeling somewhat funny, but was also rather touched. This Bai Chen was pure in nature, very much to his liking. Otherwise, he would not have made a move earlier as well. Yi Yuan suddenly grinned and said, "If you guys keep arguing here, that fellow is going to escape." Mo Yun's expression changed. It was only now he detected that Bai Chen did not die yet and already escaped like a wisp of smoke. Yi Yuan making a move just now, Bai Chen was scared silly too, directly freezing there. Now, seeing Mo Yun master and disciple having small talk with Yi Yuan, how could he still care about so much, hurriedly escaping? Mo Yun gave a cold snort, his figure flying out like lightning. His strength was much greater than Bai Cheng's. But Bai Cheng took the lead and already flew out far away. Mo Yun actually could not catch up for some time. Bai Chen's expression changed. If Bai Cheng were to run, there would be no end of future troubles. In his anxiety, he could not refrain from begging Yi Yuan, "Your Excellency." Yi Yuan was not long-winded either. Waving a hand, a sword slashed out. This sword, everybody saw it clearly. Bai Chun and his followers' expressions were white as paper, being deeply shocked by this sword. They were still singing their own praises previously, feeling that they saved Yi Yuan's life. Actually, he was completely disdainful to take action. Bai Chun suddenly understood why the lion mirage beast was so subdued this time, being brought down by him with 2 or 3 hits. It was completely in fear of Yi Yuan. The swift and fierce sword light streaked across the horizon, as if splitting the entire sky into 2 halves. Wrapped in an outrageous momentum, this streak of sword light arrived first despite launching later, cutting off Bai Cheng's path in virtually a blink. Bai Cheng was currently sprinting crazily when suddenly an earth-shaking sword light cut right across ahead, scaring his pants off. How could he still run? With this delay, Mo Yun's figure was like lightning, finally catching up. Bai Cheng was scared by this sword's shocking presence until his legs turned soft. How could he still be Mo Yun's match? He immediately had his divine sea sealed by Mo Yun and carried back like a chicken. When Bai Chun saw this, he heaved a great sigh in relief and said gratefully, "Many thanks, Your Excellency, for taking action." Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, "All right, this matter is done. I should go too. Don't need to see me off." Yi Yuan waved his hand and was about to leave. Bai Chen's expression changed, and he hurriedly shouted, "Your Excellency." "Amen, is there still anything else?" Bai Chen said, "I wonder where Your Excellency is going." Yi Yuan said coolly, "Wandering around the world without any permanent residence." Bai Chun was delighted the moment he heard. It turned out that Lord Yi Yuan was a reclusive expert. He did not expect that his luck was so good to actually run into him. Otherwise, the one dead today would probably be him. Since Your Excellency doesn't have a play to go, why not go to the White Knight Sacred Palace to be a guest? How about that? For Your Excellency's life-saving grace, Bai Chun has nothing to repay with. Please allow me to carry out the hospitality of a ghost." Bai Chun looked at Yi Yuan and said with hopeful eyes. Yi Yuan naturally did not really want to leave. He just played a little cat and mouse trick, that was all. He had long seen through that this Bai Chen's ident. 1. Tai was probably not ordinary in the Sky Foothill world. Furthermore, the faction that Bai Chun was at was called White Knight Sacred Palace, while the Sky Foothill world's supreme ruler was the Sky Foothill Divine Palace. There might be some connection between the two. Entering the White Knight Sacred Palace, he might be able to inquire about the myriad longevity Heavenly Soul Stones information. It was just that. Yi Yuan also knew that the trial takers who entered the Sky Foothill world over the years were quite a number too, all aiming for these few items. If Yi Yuan's goal was too obvious, it would probably arouse people's suspicions. Hence, this matter still needed gradual planning. Yi Yuan deliberately fell silent for a moment and said with a nod, "All right then, I'm unoccupied. No harm in going to do a little sightseeing either." Bai Chun was overjoyed the moment he heard and repeatedly said, "Great, many thanks, Your Excellency, for giving face." At this time, Mo Yun escorted Bai Chun and rushed over, directly pressing until he knelt on the ground. Bai Chen's face fell, and he said furiously, "Bai Chun, I've always treated you as a biological elder brother and was incomparably respectful towards you from young. Even if you were dissatisfied with me, I wouldn't fuss about anything either. But you actually colluded with the Autumn Rain Sacred Palace's people and did this kind of thing today. It really chills this younger brother's heart. Bai Chong hugged Bai Chen's thigh and said, "My good younger brother, I was wrong. I really know that I was wrong. I was muddle-headed for a moment. I beg you to let me off." Bai Chen said with a cold smile, "I know that you all say that I'm weak and incompetent in private, unworthy of this position of young lord. But I'm not stupid. This kind of explanation, you go say it to royal father." Chapter 14:15, Bai Chen's Hope. 14:15, Bai Chen's Hope. Young lord is back. Young lord, you finally came back. Things are bad. Upon reaching the White Knight's sacred palace, a steward-looking old man came up to greet them. Bai Chen's expression changed, and he said, "Uncle Ji, what happened?" Uncle Ji had a heartbroken look as he said, weepingly, Master, he is almost on his last legs." This news was akin to a bolt out of the blue, making everyone's expression changed drastically. Bai Chen grabbed Uncle Ji and asked, "I was only gone for half a year. What in the world happened?" Suddenly, the Bai Chong by the side started laughing crazily. "Ha ha ha! This old fellow is finally going to die. He deserves death. Ha ha ha!" Bang! A buzz went off in Bai Chen's head. He gave Bai Chong a kick in an uncontrollable rage, kicking him to the ground. "Treacherous villain! What in the world did you do to royal father?" Bai Chong getting hit by the kick, his mouth was full of fresh blood, but he did not care at all and still laughed crazily as he said, "This miserable old fool. I'm so outstanding. Why doesn't he pick me? Not picking me. He deserves to die. Deserves to die." Ha ha! Bai Chong's entire person fell into a state of madness. The long-suppressed discontentment in his heart all erupted in this instant. Bai Chen's palm was raised in the air, but kept failing to find it in him to land it. He wished to kill this elder brother with a palm, but he could not do it. Ha ha ha! Kill me! Let me tell you, the autumn rain sacred palaces, powerhouses, are already on the way. If you kill me, all of you have to be buried in death with me. Now, your only way out is to let me go and let me succeed the position of palace lord." Bai Chong said, arrogantly. One sentence made everyone's hearts sink to the bottom of the valley. Mo Yun gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, "You treacherous villain, truly devoid of all conscience. A person like you becoming the palace lord. The White Knight's sacred palace will be ruined in your hands sooner or later. Palace lord was quite prescient to not choose you to be the young lord. Humph! Bai Chun becoming the palace lord will let the White Knight's sacred palace to a bad end. You see, this coward, doesn't even dare to kill me. Ha ha ha! My good younger brother, you kill me? Kill! You Swiss! H! Plus Bai Chong's arrogant voice abruptly ceased, fresh blood splattering all over Bai Chen's face. Bai Chen's expression changed, his gaze looking over toward Yi Yuan in surprise. Yi Yuan said coolly, "If you keep dawdling, your royal father will be dead." Bai Chen's expression changed, and could not be bothered to wipe the fresh blood on his face, sprinting over towards the palace. "All don't be in a daze anymore. Go in and take a look, see if you can be of any help or not." Yi Yuan did not care about everyone's shocked gazes. Lifting his foot, he headed towards the depths of the palace too. Mo Yun suddenly startled awake and followed after too. When Yi Yuan saw the already dying White Knight Palace Lord, he knew that he was already deeply poisoned and a goner. Poison entering the heart. Even if he could refine a 2-star divine pill right now, it could not save the White Knight Palace Lord either. As expected, before long, news of the Palace Lord's demise came from the depths of the palace. Mo Yun arranged a quiet place for Yi Yuan, and he took up his quarters in peace. While at this time, a battle of airs was currently playing out in the White Knight Sacred Palace. The White Knight Palace Lord did not just have Bai Chong and Bai Chun, two sons. Bai Chun still had quite a few older brothers. Now, the Palace Lord had said the various factions were starting to become restless and eager to take action. Bai Chun was the Palace Lord's youngest son. Appointing him as the young lord originally had many people refusing to accept. It was just that Bai Chun indeed lived up to expectations, breaking through to the deity realm at a young age. Plus, there was the old Palace Lord holding down the fort. That was why Body dared to gossip. It was just too bad that Bai Chun had not completely grown up yet, and the old Palace Lord was harmed by Bai Chong. This made the others see hope. Mo Yun, the urgent matter on hand, is to resist the outside enemy. Bai Chun is still young and normally isn't in charge of the palace's affairs too. It's hard to convince the SES, making him lead everyone to go and resist the enemy. Isn't it courting our doom? Yeah, currently, in this sort of situation, we should choose a son with high prestige and commands universal respect to succeed the position of Palace Lord. The Autumn Rain's Sacred Palace's people are about to reach soon. Young Lord's bit of strength, could it be letting him lead us to go and fight with them? A group of people was trying to get a word in. In short, they were questioning that Bai Chun was young and unable to take on big responsibilities. Confronted by a great enemy, it was just nice to become the excuse for them to force an abdication. Mo Yun gave a cold snort and said, "The Palace Lord appointed the young lord in order to succeed him. Young Lord Bai Chun, succeeding the position of Palace Lord, is right and proper. The old Palace Lord's corpse has yet to turn cold, and you all did such a thing. The old Palace Lord will die with everlasting regret. That's not right. It's a matter of expediency. Right now, it's extraordinary times. There naturally needs to be extraordinary measures. Bai Chen's strength and prestige are insufficient to convince the SES no matter what. How can he succeed the position of Palace Lord?" An elder came forward to refute. Want to talk about high prestige and commanding universal respect? I feel that it still belongs to Deputy Palace Lord Bai Xiu. The old palace is not around anymore. In the entire White Knight Sacred Palace, his strength is the strongest. The Sacred Palace's aspects. It's also him who understands them best. Since everybody is currently debating endlessly, in my view, let Deputy Palace Lord Bai Xiu temporarily act in the position of Palace Lord. What does everyone think? Suddenly, an elder's words broke the balance of the scene. Everyone did not expect that a Deputy Palace Lord Bai Xiu actually charged out halfway. It was just that they calmed down and thought about it. This current sort of situation, there was really no one more suitable than Deputy Palace Lord Bai Xiu. Bai Xiu was currently sitting on the seat of honor, both eyes narrowed slightly, seemingly in a daze. When he suddenly heard this, he got a shock too, and hurriedly said, "No way, no way." The White Knight Sacred Palace's tradition has always been Palace Lord sing to young lord. Where is the logic of Palace Lord sing to Deputy Palace Lord? If I really become the Palace Lord, everybody will feel that I'm scheming to usurp the throne, and it will be even harder to convince the SES. Don't mention this matter again. How about this? Since everybody can't come to a conclusion, let's discuss it again tomorrow. As for the Autumn Rain Sacred Palace's activities, I've already arranged people to keep an eye on it. There still aren't any movements for the time being. That's it for today. The Palace Lord was already deceased. Bai Xiu was currently the person with the highest prestige and respect in the entire White Knight Sacred Palace. His strength was also the strongest. His words won the group of elders' favorable impression even more. Very soon, inside the great hall was stark empty. There was only Mo Yun master and disciple, two people left in the hall. Bai Chen's entire person was battered out of his senses. He did not say a word from start to end. His thoughts were not on contending for the seat of palace lord at all. The blow that the death of the old palace lord had on him was tremendous. He still had not come back to his senses currently. Seeing Bai Chen's dejected and disheartened appearance, Mo Yun was burning with anxiety too. Young lord, if you carry on like this, the position of palace lord will be gone. Mo Yun said anxiously. Bai Chen looked at Mo Yun with a pair of listless eyes and said, "Gone then, gone. What they said was right. I'm not suited to be this palace lord at all." Mo Yun sucked in a deep breath and said solemnly, "Young lord, you think properly. How much did the old palace lord worry over the White Knight Sacred Palace? In order to let you be the young lord, how much did he rack his brain? Could it be that you're going to hand over his life's effort to people on a silver platter, then be swallowed up by the autumn rain's sacred palace? You're the old palace lord's favorite successor. Could it be that you're really going to let him die with everlasting regrets?" Bai Chen's entire body trembled. His eyes finally had an additional trace of light, but he dimmed down again very quickly and said, "But under these current circumstances, we already don't have a trace of hope anymore." When Mo Yun saw Bai Chen finally pull it together a little, a ray of hope finally ignited in his heart. He plucked his spirits up and said, "No, we still have hope." Bai Chen's eyes revealed a hint of puzzlement and said, "Still have hope? You look. Right now in this place, there's only you and me left." Mo Yun said, "Go find Lord Yi Yuan. He's our last hope." Chapter 14:16:9 Melody's Psychic, Immortal Frui. 14:16:9 Melody's Psychic, Immortal Frui. Lord Yi Yuan? Although his strength is powerful, it doesn't reach Heaven Glimpse realm either, right? Bai Chen said with some doubt. In this struggle for the position of Palace Lord, without Heaven Glimpse realm strength, it was impossible to speak any further. The old Palace Lord's death was too sudden and had yet to hand over authority to Bai Chen in time. Hence, there was not a single Heaven Glimpse realm powerhouse currently standing on his side. The only one that he could rely on now was Mo Yun. In the wilderness forest, the strength that Yi Yuan displayed was indeed incredible, but the realm that he exhibited was only grand completion grotto profound. One could only say that his sword Dao law's comprehension was exceedingly high, but facing genuine heavenly Dao powerhouses, it was still inadequate to look at. In front of Heaven Glimpse realm powerhouses, grotto profound martial artists were not enough to look at all. Mo Yun said, "I don't know, but I have a feeling that this Lord Yi Yuan isn't as simple as he seems on the surface. Perhaps he was sent by heaven to save us. Young Lord, I know that the old Palace Lord's death is a huge blow to you, but you must pull it together right now. The old Palace Lord is already no longer around. If even his foundation is lost, we'd really have no face to face him in the future." Bai Chen's expression became stern, finally forcefully rousing his spirit. "Okay, I'll go and find Lord Yi Yuan. What should I do?" Mo Yun said without the slightest hesitation, "Acknowledge him as your master." Bai Chen was stunned and said, "Acknowledge him as my master? Then what about you?" Mo Yun smiled and said, "I already don't have anything that I can teach you. But Lord Yi Yuan is different. His understanding of Tao is far above mine. If you can acknowledge him as your master, your future is limitless." At the place Yi Yuan was staying at, Bai Chen's entire person appeared rather overcautious. "Lord Yi Yuan, I wonder if your rest yesterday was still well?" Bai Chen rubbed the sweat on the palm of his hands, seeming somewhat nervous and uneasy. "Still all right. Didn't have time to speak to you yesterday either. My condolences," Yi Yuan said. Hearing these words, Bai Chen's heart became sour, nearly shedding tears. But upon thinking of teacher Mo Yun's instructions, he forcefully suppressed the grief in his heart and forced a smile as he said, "Many thanks, Lord Yi Yuan." Originally wanted to invite Lord Yi Yuan to be a guest. Didn't expect that the family suddenly suffered a sudden turn of events. Truly sorry. Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said, "Coolly, whatever you have, just say it. I don't like to beat around the bush." Bai Chen's bit of shrewdness was not enough to look at in front of Yi Yuan at all. He was seen through by Yi Yuan with one glance. Bai Chen's entire body trembled. He discovered that the things teacher Mo Yun taught were of no use at all. With this, sorrow hit him, and Bai Chen knelt down with a thud. "Lord Yi Yuan, Bai Chen is already forced into a dead end. Your Excellency, please take pity and save me. This 9-melody psychic immortal fruit was given to me by Father. Originally, it was intended to help me break through to the heaven glimpse deity realm. Now, I'm giving it to your Excellency. I beg your Excellency to accept me as a disciple and help me ascend to the position of Palace Lord." Bai Chen said indignantly. Yi Yuan maintained composure on the surface, but in his heart, a series of great waves was stirred up. One of the missions, the 9-melody psychic immortal fruit. He did not expect that it appeared in front of him so easily. As long as he agreed, he could bring it back to hand in the missions. According to the records of the mission, the 9-melody psychic immortal fruit was a heaven and earth spiritual fruit. Grand completion grotto profound realm martial artists just had to consume it, and they would have a 30% chance of directly breaking through to the heaven glimpse realm. Half-step heaven glimpse martial artists consuming, there was a 60% chance to break through to heaven glimpse realm. To those powerhouses stuck at this checkpoint, unable to break through, it was undoubtedly a miracle elixir. Using it to refine a 2-star divine pill, the effects were even more terrifying. It was just that to Yi Yuan, his goal was not the 9-melody psychic immortal fruit. No matter how good this thing was, he did not care either. Yi Yuan received the 9-melody psychic immortal fruit and played for a bit, and said with a smile, "Actually, you're not suitable to be the palace lord. Why is there a need to intentionally get involved in a messy situation?" Bai Chen was weak and indecisive, his personality too simple. His strength was not powerful also. Becoming the palace, he would be toyed to death by people sooner or later. This point, Yi Yuan had long understood it. Bai Chen, this kind of person, if it were Yi Yuan, he would have long killed him with a palm, but Bai Chen kept refusing to deal the blow. Such weak and indecisiveness, it was hard to take on major responsibilities. Bai Chen gritted his teeth and said, I can learn." Teacher Mo Yun said, "Even though your Excellency is young, your mind is even more mature than his. Furthermore, your martial Tao comprehensions are exceedingly deep, making me acknowledge you as master no matter what. If you don't agree, we'll back out of this struggle for the position of Palace Lord and go far away henceforth, and not come back." Yi Yuan paced around, seemingly thinking. Bai Chen's current mood was like a well where 7 buckets were drawn up and 8 dropped down. 1. Suddenly, Yi Yuan put away the 9-melody psychic immortal fruit and said coolly, "I'll help you take care of this first." Bai Chen was stunned, then immediately revealed a look of wild elation and kowtowed toward Yi Yuan. Disciple Bai Chen pays respect to master. Yi Yuan took out a small bottle and threw it to Bai Chen, saying, "These things just take it as master acknowledging gifts." Bai Chen was rather puzzled. He did not recognize these medicinal pills. "Master, then, I wonder what this disciple should do next." Bai Chen consulted. Yi Yuan said coolly, "Go keep vigil for your father properly. Tomorrow, what should be done should still be done." Bai Chun left Yi Yuan's residence with a perplexed look and found Mo Yun. Yi Yuan's words left him at a loss. How is it? Did Lord Yi Yuan agree? Mo Yun immediately went up to ask when he saw Bai Chun. Bai Chun nodded his head woodenly and said, agreed. Mo Yun could not help being overjoyed the moment he heard, and said, excellent. I indeed didn't see it wrongly. He definitely has a way to save us. How is it? What instructions did he have? Bai Chun repeated Yi Yuan's words with a puzzled expression and said, Teacher Mo Yun, what do you think Master Yi Yuan meant? Mo Yun was even more overjoyed the moment he heard and said, this child, seriously? Lord Yi Yuan, not saying anything, means that he already has a well-thought-out plan. Tomorrow's discussion, let's just care about showing up. Leave the rest to him. Bai Chun was still somewhat only half understood it. Mo Yun let out a sigh and asked that 9-melody psychic immortal fruit. He accepted it. Bai Chun nodded and said, yeah, he even gave me a large bottle of medicinal pills as a master-disciple acknowledgement gift. As he said, Bai Chun took out the medicinal pills Yi Yuan gave. Mo Yun received the medicinal pills and examined it in detail. Suddenly, his expression changed drastically. Bai Chun had a blank look as he said, what is it, Teacher Mo Yun? Do these medicinal pills have anything wrong? Mo Yun looked at him with a complicated expression and only said after a long time, these medicinal pills, if I didn't see wrongly, it should be called divine essence pill. It's just that these medicinal pills grade is extremely high. It should reach divine grade. Divine grade medicinal pills. The legendary divine grade medicinal pills, Bai Chun said in shock, due to the limitations of heavenly Tao. Inside ordinary small worlds, it was totally impossible to refine divine-grade medicinal pills. But the Sky Foothill world continuously had Heavenspan world's powerhouses entering to train, and was not completely ignorant about Heavenspan world's medicinal pills. Divine-grade middle grade, that was the legendary grade. Mo Yun nodded his head deeply and said with a complicated expression, many years ago, the old palace lord had once killed a trial taker who came from the outside world and obtained this kind of medicinal pills from him. One in turmoil. Chapter 14:17, I disagree. 14:17, I disagree. Bai Chen's entire body trembled. His gaze revealed a look of astonishment. Impossible. How can Master Yi Yuan possibly be an outside trial taker? I completely couldn't perceive it at all. Trial takers were not some secret among the Sky Foothill world's upper echelons. With Bai Chen's status, he had clearly heard before. Mo Yun sucked in a deep breath and said, I won't see wrongly. These medicinal pills are extremely similar to the medicinal pills on that trial taker's body. It's just that the medicinal properties are much stronger than that. Bai Chen's eyes revealed an extremely complicated look. Clearly, his inner heart was also struggling fiercely. The Sky Foothill Divine Palace had once issued a strict order. Upon discovering trial takers, kill them without amnesty. Now, what should they do? This trial taker was the life savior of these master and disciple. Then what should we do? Go to the Sky Foothill Divine Palace and report him? No way. Absolutely not. Master Yi Yuan is my life savior. I can't do this kind of repaying kindness with an ingrate. Toot action. Bai Chun directly denied the idea of going to report Yi Yuan, but he also did not know what he should do and fell into a dilemma for a moment. Mo Yun said in a solemn voice, these trial takers treat our Sky Foothill world as a breeding ground, taking whatever they please, and is the enemy of all of us Sky Foothill martial artists. How can this kind of person be indulged? Bai Chen's expression flickered incessantly, falling silent. Finally, he still said, Bai Chun, would rather be reviled for generation after generation, and also not be willing to be a person who repays kindness with ingrat. One, dude. Master Yi Yuan agreed to help me under this sort of circumstances. If I betray him instead, what's the difference from a pig or a dog? Teacher, Mo Yun, if you disagree with my decision, I won't force you either. You can go and report Master Yi Yuan, but I'll live and die together with him. Mo Yun did not expect that his disciple would actually say these words. A conflicted look appeared on his face, and he finally still heaved a sigh and said, "All right then, who asked you and me to be as close as father and son? Since you've already decided, I'll walk this path with you until it's dark." Bai Chun did not know that his every action was all under Yi Yuan's surveillance, and his decision saved his own life too. With Yi Yuan's cautiousness, how could he possibly make this kind of low-level mistake? Him deliberately doing so was actually giving Bai Chun a chance to choose. If he helped Bai Chun sit on the seat of Palace Lord, and he opened his mouth to ask for the myriad longevity heavenly soul stone in the future, Bai Chun would definitely suspect. Since he was going to expose his ident, one, Tai sooner or later, might as well let Bai Chun know earlier. If Bai Chun betrayed him, he would kill Bai Chun without the slightest hesitation. Yi Yuan's objective of coming to the Sky Foothill world was very simple. It was for the sake of the myriad longevity heavenly soul stone. That was Mu Lingshua's life-saving object. Yi Yuan absolutely would not allow any accidents, even if he was not willing to kill Bai Chun. Fortunately, Bai Chun chose to stand on his side. In the White Knight Sacred Palace's great hall, Bai Xiu sat on the seat of honor, his brows tightly knitted. "I've just received the news. A large group of Autumn Rain Sacred Palace powerhouses has already entered the White Knight Sacred Palace's sphere of influence. There are probably still a few days, and they'll reach here. Most likely, we must come up with a conclusion today." The moment these words came out, the expressions on everyone's faces were all different. Some were worried, some were afraid, some were angry. The truest face of human nature could probably only be seen at this time as well. "Deputy Palace Lord, Your Excellency, I think there isn't anything to discuss. This position of Palace Lord, regardless of which son takes it, it's not suitable. Best for you to take over the position of Palace Lord," said an elder. The moment these words came out, somebody immediately concurred. "Yeah, facing a formidable foe. Although the young masters are all pretty good, they don't enjoy high prestige and command universal respect like Deputy Palace Lord. Your Excellency, there's nothing to discuss, so it's decided like this. Deputy Palace Lord, Your Excellency's strength is the most powerful, prestige the highest. Only with you coming forward can it lead us to resist the powerful enemy. This position of Palace Lord, accept it," said another person. There were a total of 8 elders present. They were all Heaven Glimpse realm powerhouses. The moment they spoke, there were already 3 elders who agreed. The remainder, each and every one of their faces, all revealed looks of struggle. But they were leaning toward Bai Xiu as well. What are you all still waiting for? Could it be waiting for our White Knight Sacred Palace to be exterminated? Then you all will choose the new Palace Lord, said the elder who spoke first earlier. Everyone's expression changed. This sentence became the last straw that broke the camel's back. "All right, I agree. I agree too. I agree." The elders all expressed their attitudes one after another, all agreeing for Bai Xiu to take over the seat of Palace Lord. Bai Xiu was wildly elated in his heart, but on the surface, he put on a difficult expression and said, How can this do? The White Knight Sacred Palace was established by the previous generation Palace Lord single-handedly, and brought to greater heights in the hands of the old Palace Lord. What capabilities do I, Bai Xiu, have to dare succeed the position of Palace Lord? My Lord Deputy Palace Lord, stop declining it. You're surnamed by two and are brothers-in-arms with the old Palace Lord. Why can't you be the Palace Lord? Keep declining, and the Autumn Rain Sacred Palace will slaughter to the doorstep. Yeah, Deputy Palace Lord, just agree. The few elders were anxious too, all urging Bai Xiu to succeed the position of Palace Lord. Although Bai Xiu was also surnamed Bai, he was not a blood relative of the old Palace Lord. In terms of blood lineage, it was naturally the few sons who were the most orthodox. It was just that at this time, there was already no one who cared about what they thought. Bai Xiu heaved a long sigh and said, "Since that's the case, then Bai Xiu will make the best of things and take over the position of Palace Lord. But I'll declare it first, I'm only temporarily acting in the position of Palace Lord. When they grow up, we'll choose a young master with the greatest prestige to succeed the position of Palace Lord again." The moment these words came out, the elders' faces all revealed looks of relief. Palace Lord, Your Excellency truly understands the principles of right and wrong to actually consider so thoroughly. Then this matter is decided. Today, we'll announce to the entire White Knight Sacred Palace, in the name of the elders, A.S. Association, Deputy Palace Lord Bai Xiu will take over the position of Palace Lord, said the elder. The other few elders also nodded slightly, clearly very satisfied with Bai Xiu's attitude. Bai Xiu smiled and said, "All right, then that's it for today first. Facing a formidable enemy, I must go and arrange for some things. This matter of announcing to the world will have to trouble the elders." "I disagree." Right at this time, the Yi Yuan, who remained silent all along, finally spoke up. The elders looked at Yi Yuan like looking at a fool, not recognizing this guy at all. A guy without the slightest divine essence undulation on his body actually dared to talk drivel here. Where did this crackpot come from? To actually dare act wildly in the elders' A.S. Association? How can the matters that the elders' A.S. Association decided be what you can disagree? That elder who had always endorsed Bai Xiu immediately spoke up to berate. Under this current situation, Bai Chun had long already been marginalized. Although he came to the elders' A.S. Association, and body would care about his opinion at all. As for who he brought, there was naturally even less who paid attention. Moreover, Yi Yuan looked just like a mortal. Too unremarkable. Yi Yuan could not even be bothered to look at him. He just looked toward Bai Xiu and said with a faint smile, "Hey, your acting is pretty good, but it ends here. I don't agree with you becoming the Palace Lord." Chapter 14:18, Domineering Subjugation. 14:18, Domineering Subjugation. The group of elders had baffled looks, exchanging glances. Who was this? He had a problem with his brain, right? Who the H-E-L-L were you? You said disagree, and we would follow your words. What has it got to do with you? Bai Chun, manage the men under you properly. I know that you have grievances in your heart, but you have to put the interests of the whole above all else. Right now isn't the time to throw tantrums. Yeah, where did this brat pop out from? To actually dare talk drivel here. The group of elders all turned the spearhead at Bai Chun. After all, they could not see through Yi Yuan's depths at all, and even thought that Yi Yuan was deliberately sent by Bai Chun to cause trouble. Bai Chun said coolly, "Forgot to introduce to everyone, this is my newly acknowledged master. In the future, he shall also be the White Knight Sacred Palace's Grand Elder. His words are my opinion." The moment these words came out, everyone's faces all changed. Nonsense. Bai Chun, if you're so unbridled again, then don't blame us, this bunch of old fellows, for not caring about the old Palace Lord's old sentiments, and chase you out of the White Knight's sacred palace. The elder who endorsed Bai Xiu reproached Bai Chen. Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said coolly, "Elder Bai Rong, right? Is your brain damaged?" You and Bai Xiu, two people acting out a carefully choreographed dance, and still want to chase the young lord appointed by the old palace lord out of the White Knight's sacred palace? Bai Rong's expression turned sullen, and he said, "Ignorant child, keep talking nonsense. Do you believe this old man will tear your mouth or not?" But Yi Yuan ignored him and said to the other elders, "I'll only ask everyone one sentence. Is Bai Chen the most qualified to succeed the position of palace lord as the successor that the old palace lord appointed?" The various elders exchanged glances. Suddenly, someone spoke up. "That's of course. According to the White Knight's sacred palace's rules, the young lord is the first-in-line successor. It's just that elder still wanted to carry on speaking, but he was directly interrupted by Yi Yuan. "Good that there's that. You all not letting him be the palace lord is nothing more than feeling that he's still young and his strength is insufficient to convince the public. Yes?" The elders nodded their heads slightly, not having any objections about this. Facing a great enemy, letting a young man still wet behind his ears go and preside over the overall situation. This was no different from courting death. Yi Yuan said coolly, "I'll now support Bai Chen up onto the position of palace lord in the name of Bai Chen's master. Those who are unconvinced, come and battle." It was this simple and crude. Whatever schemes and intrigues were all paper tigers in front of absolute strength. It was just that Yi Yuan's words in other people's views were a total joke. Because Yi Yuan looked just like an ordinary person. Even Bai Chen's palms were sweating too. Bai Xiu was a late-stage heaven glimpse powerhouses, much stronger than Master Yi Yuan. But he forcefully calmed down. He did not wish to lose face for his master at this time. Bai Xiu's eyes narrowed slightly. The pressure of Heaven Glimpse realm slowly released, and he said in a solemn voice, "Your meaning is that you want to challenge me?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "Not you, it's you all. Those who are not convinced, attacking together will do too. Wildly arrogant, ignorant, insolent." Yi Yuan's arrogance finally aroused the elders' wrath. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Don't talk C-R-A-P anymore, attack." Bai Xiu slowly walked down and said with a cold smile, "If you can beat me, what's wrong with letting Bai Chen inherit the position of palace lord?" With the old palace lord not being around any longer, Bai Xiu was the White Knight's sacred palace's #1 person. If not for so, he would not dare to usurp this position of palace lord either. Yi Yuan said coolly, "You, too weak. Don't blame me for not giving you guys a chance. Attack together. All of the elders, attack together." What a conceited and ignorant brat. This old man is going to measure just how much you weight today. This old man has lived to a ripe old age. It's still my first time seeing such a wildly arrogant person. Fine, as you Wisconsin H. Plus, forget it, a farce. Since you're seeking death yourself, this old man will send you on your way too. 8 great elders stepped out of the ranks one after another, standing together with Bai Xiu. 9 mighty heaven glimpse deity realm powerhouses standing together. How shocking was the imposing momentum. Bai Chen's heart almost leaped to his throat. He completely did not think that Master Yi Yuan was actually arrogant to such a degree, wanting to challenge 9 great heaven glimpse powerhouses with his power alone. A grotto profound deity realm martial artist challenging 9 great heaven glimpse deity realm powerhouses. This was crazy, right? Yesterday, Yi Yuan made him ignore everything. But he did not think that Yi Yuan used this kind of method to let him ascend to the position of palace lord. Although the effect of this approach was immediate, the prerequisite was that Yi Yuan had to defeat them. Bai Chun could not resist exchanging a glance with Mo Yun, discovering that Mo Yun also had an inexplicably stunned appearance at this time. It was just that things already developed to such a degree, it was impossible for them to go and stop it anymore. There were still a few of the old palace lord's sons present, all using gloating expressions to look at Bai Chun. No idea where Bai Chun found such a living treasure, either. This was the tempo of playing himself to death. Yi Yuan alone faced 9 great heaven glimpse powerhouses, but stood firm as a rock. The 9 people's auras completely could not affect Yi Yuan. Kid, you're seeking death yourself. Don't blame us for being ruthless. Bai Rong said with a hideous grin. Yi Yuan said coolly, attack then, don't talk nonsense anymore. Wildly arrogant. Bai Rong was furious. His aura instantly soared to the peak. Russ. Plussing over toward Yi Yuan. The others did not hold back either, all displaying divine abilities. A terrifying power shook until the entire great hall was quaking. Every one of them, especially Bai Xiu, each suppressed a stomach full of anger. It was just that it was inappropriate for Bai Xiu to flare up. Now that Yi Yuan was seeking death, he did not hold back even more. The moment he made his move, it was the fiercest killing move. Under the besiegement of 9 great experts, Yi Yuan was weak like an insignificant ant. Except, Yi Yuan did not have the intention of making a move. He still stood with his hands behind his back. It looked like he was waiting for death. Master Yi Yuan. Bai Chen's expression changed drastically, suddenly standing up, wanting to rush over, but was held back by Mo Yun. Got to be joking, Russ. Plussing over at this time, Bai Chun would be blasted into smithereens too. It was indeed a farce. What the 9 great elders were thinking in their hearts at this time was all this. But right at this time, a gust of sinister wind howled. Beside Yi Yuan, a figure appeared since no idea when. The moment he appeared, the temperature in the entire great hall plummeted by a few degrees. Ever since cultivating the ghost Tao 100 runes, Gui Yun seemed to have become even gloomier and colder. It was only to see him mutter under his breath, drawing a bizarre rune on his hand, and saying indifferently, Ghost Tao 100 runes, Nether Ghost Claw. Suddenly, a surge of terrifying aura came from underground. A dark, enormous claw seemed to have extended out from the netherworld. The 9 great elders' bodies were all in midair, but seeing this, their expressions changed greatly. An aura of death hit head-on. After the enormous claw extended out, it seemed to have grown eyes, clawing over towards the 9 great elders. The few people revealed a look of great shock. How could they still care about Yi Yuan? They slammed all their attacks at the ghost claw. Boom! The ghost claw directly smacked those attacks down. Pooh, pooh, pooh. At virtually the same time, the 9 great elders spewed fresh blood, wildly one after another, being smacked down onto the ground by this ghost claw's power. Chapter 1419, taking the initiative to meet the attack. 1419, taking the initiative to meet the attack, so strong. Bai Chun drew a mouthful of cold air, being stunned by the nether ghost claw's power. 1 claw bringing down 9 great heaven glimpse deity realm powerhouses. This strength was simply too heaven-defying. That is a late-stage heaven glimpse ghost Tao powerhouse, right? Such a powerhouse. Why would he follow this guy? Deputy Palace Lord Bai Xiu, and this ghost Tao powerhouse's strength is more or less the same, but he was actually defeated so badly. The aura of that ghost claw just now was too terrifying. I felt that my soul was taken away. Just what the I was that. When the few young masters saw this scene, each and every one of them was shocked until they could not close their mouths. Gui Yun's appearance was seriously too astonish. Plussing mowing down 9 great heaven glimpse powerhouses in one move. The key was that this kind of powerful ghost Dao powerhouse actually submitted under Yi Yuan's rule. Each and every one of them was incredibly envious. If they had a hired thug like this, wouldn't becoming the palace lord be a cinch? In the end, a large fist was the absolute principle. Whatever legitimacy, whatever schemes and intrigues, one could only submit in the face of absolute strength. Yi Yuan looked at the 9 great elders in a sorry plight and said coolly, "I wonder if now young Lord Bai Chen has the qualifications to succeed the position of palace lord or not." The 9 great elders' faces were all incomparably ugly, but body said anything. "If you all are not talking, I'll take it as you guys agreed. Bai Chun, sit on the seat that belongs to you in the first place." Yi Yuan said coolly. At this time, Bai Chun started trembling all over because of agitation. Even after Yi Yuan yelled out, he still stood there in a daze, at a loss on what to do. Mo Yun was incomparably joyful too. Giving him a pat on the back, he said with a smile, "Go on, what are you still in a daze for?" Only then did Bai Chun suddenly wake up fully, walking step by step over toward that seat belonging to the palace lord. "Hang on." Bai Xiu struggled to stand up as he stopped. Yi Yuan swept a glance over him indifferently and said, "Why? You still have objections?" Bai Xiu said in a solemn voice, "Bai Chun, this guy's origins are unclear. Your act of simply acknowledging a master, are you going to push the White Knight's sacred palace into an abyss of eternal doom?" At this time, Mo Yin spoke up. "Lord Yi Yuan is a reclusive powerhouse. As for the thing that you're worrying about, that's impossible. Bai Chong, that treacherous villain, colluded with the Autumn Rain sacred palace, wanting to besiege young Lord Bai Chun in the wilderness forest. Lord Yi Yuan annihilated over a dozen deity realm powerhouses, including Wu Xian, with one sword, only then rescuing us. It's precisely because Lord Yi Yuan's strength is formidable that I let young Lord Bai Chen acknowledge him as master. Assisting young Lord Bai Chun to defend the foreign enemy together." When Bai Xiu and the 8 great elders heard this, their expressions changed once more. They still thought that Yi Yuan's might was entirely dependent on this ghost Dao powerhouse. They did not expect that his own strength was actually so formidable too. More importantly, they actually could not fathom Yi Yuan's depths. Wu Xian's strength, they were naturally very clear. It was evenly matched with Mo Yun, one sword annihilating over a dozen deity realm powerhouses. Even they could not do it too. With this, no one had objections anymore. No matter how the Autumn Rain sacred palace used a ruse of inflicting self-injury in order to win the confidence of the enemy, it was also impossible to give away the lives of over a dozen deity realm powerhouses in vain. Although the sacred palace's grotto profound powerhouses were quite a few, over a dozen grotto profound powerhouses was already a force that could not be ignored. No matter how foolish the Autumn Rain sacred palace's palace lord was, he would not do this kind of thing either. If an body has objections, then I'll invite the Elders Association to announce to the world, young Lord Bai Chun will take over the position of Palace Lord from this day forth. Deputy Palace Lord Bai Xiu, I wonder if you still have objections?" Yi Yuan used a very indifferent gaze to look at Bai Xiu. No idea why, Bai Xiu involuntarily shuddered. I have no objections. Young Lord Bai Chun taking over as Palace Lord is right and proper to begin with, Bai Chun said with some unwillingness. Even Bai Xiu had no objections, the others naturally had no objections too. Just like this, Bai Chun successfully became the White Knight Sacred Palace's new Palace Lord. The matter was urgent. The Elders Association announced to the world on that day, proclaiming that young Lord Bai Chun succeeded the position of Palace Lord. Having come this far, the struggle to become the Palace Lord finally settled down. Master Yi Yuan, what should my next step be? Although he became the palace lord, Bai Chun had no plans at all. Right away, he fought Yi Yuan to inquire about the plan. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "You're the palace lord. What should be done? You need to have a score in your heart. I can help you be the palace lord, but I can't possibly help you for life. Those old fellows are all not to be trifled with. If you don't grow up as soon as possible, you'll be eaten by them until not even bone residue is left." Bai Chen's expression changed, suddenly recalling Yi Yuan's ident one tie. He would eventually leave one day. It was impossible to keep on helping him by his side. Once Yi Yuan left, what he would be facing was a horde of savage beasts. Mo Yun's expression turned slightly grim too, and he said, "Palace Lord, what Lord Yi Yuan said makes sense. In the past, you had the old palace lord protecting you, so the others don't dare to do anything to you. But now, everything can only rely on yourself." Bai Chen's expression flickered incessantly, and he said rather jittery, "But Yi Yuan said, just go do what you want to do. With me around, you can be unrestrained. What you have to do is to grow up within the shortest time." Bai Chen's entire body trembled, looking at Yi Yuan with a strange gaze. Meeting Yi Yuan's calm gaze, not knowing why Bai Chen's originally fluid tiered thoughts calmed down a lot suddenly. Teacher Mo Yun, summon all of the White Knight Sacred Palace's deity realm powerhouses. Tomorrow morning, set off for the frontiers. We'll take the initiative to meet the attack. I'm going to let the Autumn Rain's Sacred Palace's people know that our White Knight Sacred Palace is not easy to bully." Bai Chen said in a solemn voice. At this moment, Bai Chen's body inexplicably had an additional trace of domineeringness. When Yi Yuan saw the situation, he could not help smiling slightly. It seemed like a series of setbacks finally made this greenhouse flower grow up. At this time, Yi Yuan threw out a small medicinal bottle and said, "Take this thing. The effect shouldn't be inferior to the 9-melody psychic immortal fruit. In the Elders A.S. Association, we need our own elder too." Mo Yun's entire body trembled, looking at Yi Yuan with great surprise, and looked at the medicinal pill in his hands again. "Lord Yi Yuan, Mo Yun is forever in debt." At this time, the excitement in Mo Yun's heart truly could not be greater. He was stuck at half-step heaven glimpse realm for no idea how many years already, but kept being unable to break through this hurdle. The 9-melody psychic immortal fruit, this sort of thing, was too precious. Not everybody could obtain it. The old palace lord also only had that one in his hands. It was left to Bai Chun, and now Yi Yuan casually gave him a medicinal pill that could break through this heavenly chasm. How could he not be agitated? This medicinal pill was called Jade Dragon Heaven Glimpse Pill, a pill formula in Dustless's hands. When Yi Yuan was practicing medicinal pills, he casually refined it. This medicinal pill was a pinnacle most existence among Tier 1 medicinal pills, capable of increasing the chances of a martial artist's breakthrough. This was especially true for half-step heaven glimpse powerhouses. They already had a certain understanding of heaven glimpse realm. Consuming the Jade Dragon Heaven Glimpse pill, the effects were naturally greatly increased. As long as Mo Yun's talent was not too poor, breaking through to Heaven Glimpse should not be an issue. Yi Yuan looked at him and said with a faint smile, "Presumably you guys also know I'm not devoid of desires or requests by helping you all. Just take this as a bit of repayment." Mo Yun and Bai Chun trembled all over, their gazes revealing a complicated look. Chapter 1420 with me around. You can be capricious. 1420 with me around. You can be capricious. Above the sky, several dozen figures whistled past with a shocking commotion. With so many deity realm powerhouses moving out at the same time, This was absolutely an extremely rare situation in the Sky Foothill world. The mortals were all guessing that some earth-shaking major incident must have happened, and that was why there were so many major figures moving out at the same time. Deity realm powerhouses traveled 10,000 miles in a twinkle. 3 days later, the White Knight Sacred Palace and the Autumn Rain Sacred Palace's deity realm powerhouses finally met on a narrow path. The person in the front ranks of the Autumn Rain Sacred Palace was an old geezer. Seeing the White Knight Sacred Palace's people, he could not help being surprised. He already got the news that the White Knight Palace Lord by Yehai was poisoned and died. Hence, he brought a large group of experts and charged over. It was just that he did not expect that the White Knight Sacred Palace's people actually dared to charge right out. He swept a glance through the crowd and said with a big laugh, "Where is Bai Yehai, that old thing? Why didn't he come? He didn't dare to come. So he sent you, a little child, here to court death?" Ha ha! Bai Chun was angered until he was trembling all over. He pointed at the other party and said furiously, "Hui Tianyang, you're shameless." This Hui Tianyang was precisely the Autumn Rain Sacred Palace's palace lord, a grand completion heaven glimpse realm powerhouse. And the White Knight Sacred Palace's internal strife was precisely plotted by him single-handedly. This sowing discord strategy could not be said to not be ruthless, directly making the White Knight Palace Lord by Yehai perished, his Tao disappearing. Right now, the White Knight Sacred Palace was a host of dragons without a head. They were about to borrow this opportunity to thoroughly wipe out the White Knight Sacred Palace. Bai Chun was still not mature enough in the end. With this anger, it thoroughly gave the whole thing away. When the 8 great elders behind him saw the situation, they all secretly shook their heads. At this time, they should be putting on a false show of strength and let Hui Tianyang be unable to make a decision. Only then would they have hopes of scaring away the other party and win a chance to eke out a meager existence. The moment Hui Tianyang heard, he laughed even more arrogantly and said, "My good nephew, looks like you have already become the palace lord. It's just too bad that you as the palace lord can only be until today." Bai Chun said furiously, "Hui Tianyang, don't be impudent. Today, even if we fight it out till the fish dies and net tears, I'll also make you pay a blood price." Hui Tianyang laughed loudly when he heard that and said, "Till the fish dies and net tears? Ha ha ha. Even if the fish dies, the net won't tear. Bai Yehai is not around. Just based on you guys, this bunch of stragglers and stray soldiers, also want to fight it out to the death? Today, your White Knight Sacred Palace will be struck off the books from the Sky Foothill world." Hui Tianyang was in high spirits, currently full of domineeringness. The moment Grand Completion Heaven Glimpse Realm released, the White Knight Sacred Palace's powerhouses all changed countenance. Under this pressure, Bai Chen's complexion became deathly pale, and he unconsciously looked over towards Yi Yuan there. However, Yi Yuan was expressionless, as if he was in a daze, not giving him any hints at all. He resolved his heart and mustered up all of his strength to resist this pressure. His gaze suddenly focused toward Bai Xiao. He said, "Bai Xiao, if I die in battle today, you'll be the Lord of White Knight. I hope that you'll lead everybody to keep fighting, regardless of death. Even if one last person is left, don't shrink back either." Bai Xiao's entire body trembled, not expecting that Bai Chun would actually say such words. At this moment, Bai Chen's image in his heart was magnified infinitely. Originally, he was only forced to acknowledge this palace lord because he was afraid of Yi Yuan. But now, Bai Chen's gust actually stimulated him until his hot blood boiled. In reality, although Yi Yuan defeated them, Bai Xiao did not think that Gui Yun could defeat Hui Tianyang. At most, it was also just adding a little confidence to them. Yi Yuan's eyes lit up too, his gaze revealing an approving look. Who knew how many hearts this sentence would buy over for Bai Chun? This kid was also not absolutely without merit, huh? Bai Xiu's eyes were actually slightly wet. Gritting his teeth, he cupped his fists and said, "Rest assured, Palace Lord. Bai Xiu will definitely fight to the bitter end. Bai Rong, if I die, you'll be the Lord of White Knight. We'll fight to the end and absolutely not shrink back." Bai Rong's entire body trembled too and said, "Fight to the end and absolutely not shrink back. Fight to the end and absolutely not shrink back. Fight to the end and absolutely not shrink back." The resounding slogan shocked the entire world. The moral on the White Knight sacred palaces side rose unprecedentedly. Seeing this scene, Hua Tianyang's expression changed slightly too. He did not expect that this brat, still wet behind the ears, actually had such magical powers to actually be able to trigger the fresh blood of that bunch of old fellows which had long turned cold. An army burning with righteous indignation was bound to win. Under this sort of circumstance, even if he won today, it would definitely be a Pyrrhic victory too. The generals disregarding their lives, the soldiers not fearing death. This battle was not easy to win, except when the arrow was on the notch, it must fly. He did not believe, with his grand completion heaven glimpse strength, these guys could still flit the heavens. However, before he could react, Bai Chun raised his long spear and stabbed over towards him brazenly. "Kill!" Bai Chun gave a fierce cry, carrying indomitable imposing momentum, and charged over towards Hua Tianyang. At this moment, a hint of understanding was actually born in his heart. His spear art achieved a breakthrough at this moment, except no matter how he broke through, he still could not stand up to a single blow in front of Hua Tianyang. "Palace Lord, you mustn't." Bai Xiu completely did not think that Bai Chun actually charged straight at Hua Tianyang. This move did not hold back. Bai Chun went harboring the resolve of certain death. The words earlier were not in order to inspire their morale. He was really going to show his determination with death, stimulating everyone's fighting spirits. One Bai Chun had no influence on the battle situation, but the moment he died, the situation would be completely different. At this moment, he actually gained admiration towards this palace lord, and also truly acknowledged him in his heart. It was just too bad. He was already too late. Hua Tianyang naturally understood this logic too. His brows furrowed, and he said with a cold snort, "Seeking death." Hua Tianyang raised a pair of fleshy palm and smacked over towards Bai Chun. A palm move of a grand completion, heaven glimpse, powerhouse. What kind of power was that? A hint of a liberated faint smile actually revealed at the corners of Bai Chen's mouth. But right at this time, a dark black, enormous claw extended out from the void. Bai Chen's spear had yet to stab out, and was bounced back by a Ma's sieve force. Boom! Hua Tianyang's palm collided together solidly with the enormous claw, kicking up a wave of Ma's sieve undulation. Evenly matched, Hua Tianyang's expression suddenly changed, staring fixedly at Gui Yun, akin to being confronted by a formidable enemy. A actually stopped it. Truly inconceivable. When Bai Xiu saw this scene, his gaze was full of disbelief. A late-stage heaven glimpse, ghost, Dao powerhouse actually blocked the all-out attack of a grand completion, heaven glimpse. Only at this time did he know that Yi Yuan showed mercy to them that day. Otherwise, not a single one of them could live. As so strong. What's that black ghost claw? Why would it have such a terrifying strength? That ghost Dao powerhouse has such formidable strength to actually be able to fight to a draw with the palace lord. The autumn rain sacred palace that side. Each and every one of them also cried out sounds of exclamations all around, being utterly stunned by this scene. The originally almost guaranteed battle had a sudden turn of events. and the White Knight's sacred palace, this sighed, seeing this scene. Each and every one of them was greatly roused. Huatianyang was like a huge mountain pressing on their hearts, making them unable to gasp for air. Now, this huge mountain was actually held up by someone. I've said it before that with me around. You can be capricious. Bai Chen's entire body trembled. Yi Yuan already arrived behind him at no idea when. Chapter 14:21, Writing a Myth. 14:21, Writing a Myth. What are you still in a daze for? What I said earlier. You forgot it all. Yi Yuan said coolly. Bai Xiao and the rest trembled all over and cried out fiercely, "Kill, fight to the end, and absolutely not shrink back." The rest were inexplicably stimulated too, pouncing over together. Everyone came harboring the resolve to die, but did not expect that Yi Yuan actually had the ability to resist the grand completion. Heaven glimpse Huatianyang. The hot blood was still there, but they did not need to die. At this time, Gui Yun already clashed fervently together with Huatianyang. The Nether Ghost Claw was extremely powerful. Matching up against Huatianyang, it did not fall into a disadvantage in the slightest. "Master Yi Yuan, thank you," Bai Chen said gratefully from the bottom of his heart, having barely escaped with his life. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "What you just did was pretty good." Bai Chen was like a child who was being praised, excited, until he did not quite know what to do. He smiled bashfully and said, "Are really?" Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Giving a peach, repaying with a plum. You treated them with a sincere heart, so they will naturally support you too. However, in the martial artist world, strength is forever the kingly way." Bai Chen's gaze revealed a determined look as he nodded and said, "Master, I got it. If we can defeat the Autumn Rain's sacred palace in this battle, this disciple will definitely cultivate hard." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "There's no if, we'll definitely win." Truly shameless boasting. I wonder if you'll still be so conceited if you know that you're going to die. Bai Chen was suddenly startled. It turned out that an expert from the Autumn Rain's sacred palace already arrived not far from them, since no idea when. Yi Yuan did not reveal a surprised expression. He just said coolly, "Conceited? Very sorry. I have never been conceited." Bai Chen said worriedly, "Master, he's Autumn Rain's sacred palace's 9th elder, Lan Jiru, initial stage Heaven Glimpse powerhouse. We already don't have Heaven Glimpse powerhouse on our side." At this time, both sides were in a tangled melee, but the Autumn Rain's sacred palace's Heaven Glimpse powerhouses had one more person. Lan Jiru could not find an opponent. He thought of coming to kill Bai Chun and Yi Yuan at the first moment. Yi Yuan said coolly, "You retreat to one side." Bai Chen's gaze turned intent, and he said disbelievingly, "Master, you want to deal with him alone? He's a Heaven Glimpse powerhouse. Come, men. Quickly come, men. Everybody, deal with Lan Jiru together." Yi Yuan used a hand gesture to stop Bai Chen and said coolly, "No need. You go and help the others. Leave this guy to me." Bai Chen's expression changed, not knowing where Yi Yuan's confidence came from. Grotto Profound Deity, Realm Fighting, Heaven Glimpse Deity, Realm One-on-One. Was this a joke? Lan Jiru looked at Yi Yuan and said disdainfully, "Arrogant fellow, you think that by bringing along a ghost Dao powerhouse by your side, you're invincible? If I didn't guess wrongly, you should only be Grotto Profound Realm, right?" He discerned from Bai Chen's reaction that Yi Yuan was definitely a Grotto Profound Deity realm, reckoned that he carried some strength concealing divine artifact on him. That was why he could not see through his depths, except this Grotto Profound Deity realm was so conceited to actually dare go one-on-one with him. What a joke! Yi Yuan slowly pulled out the evil extermination sword and said with a calm look, "So, what? Lanjiru laughed loudly and said, "So what? In front of heaven glimpsed deity realm. Grotto profound deity realms are ant-like existences. Since ancient times, there has never been an instance of grotto profound realm defeating heaven glimpsed deity realm. Do you think that you're writing a myth?" Yi Yuan cracked a smile and said, "Is that so? Then I'll write a myth." Lan Jiru had yet to retort back in time, and Yi Yuan already moved. Sundering stars. The cutting edge of the sword drew a beautiful half-moon, bringing along a heaven-shocking sword Dao Law, and chopping down towards Lan Jiru. This sword move was swift to the extreme, not giving Lan Jiru any time to react at all. Although Lan Jiru was alarmed, he did not panic, since he could not dodge, then raise the sword to block. How strong could a mere grotto profound martial artist's sword be? But when this sword's light landed on his sword, an overwhelming force instantly spread to his whole body from the sword body. Clank! Lan Jiru's body was akin to a cannonball, being dropped by Yi Yuan rapidly from the air. Boom! Lan Jiru's body was smashed heavily into the ground. SMAs. Plussing out a deep pit. When Bai Chen saw this scene, his eyes were almost popping out. This was also a little too powerful, right? Was Master Yi Yuan really a grotto profound deity realm? Bai Chen suddenly felt that his understanding was completely being subverted. Are my eyes king failing? Is Lord Yi Yuan really a grotto profound martial artist, actually bringing down Lan Jiru with a sword? No mistake, the strength that Lord Yi Yuan used earlier was grotto profound deity realm and did not this realm. A grotto profound martial artist is actually able to overpower a heaven glimpse powerhouse. This is too inconceivable. A myth. This is absolutely a myth. Since time immemorial, there has never been a grotto profound martial artist capable of leaping realms to overcome heaven glimpse powerhouses. Lord Yi Yuan, he actually did it. This scene was overly shocking, even alarming the crowd who were currently in tangled warfare. Especially those grotto profound deity realm martial artists, the White Knight Sacred Palace's side occupied a considerable advantage. This point was naturally credited to Yi Yuan slaying over a dozen of the Autumn Rain Sacred Palace's grotto profound powerhouses with one sword. Not just the Sky Foothill world. Even in the Heavenspan world, there were totally no grotto profound martial artists capable of overcoming Heaven Glimpse powerhouses too. Even Jinyu, that kind of genius with extremely deep comprehensions into sword Dao laws, could not do this either. Between Heaven Glimpse deity realm and grotto profound deity realm, these two major realms, there was an insurmountable chasm. Heaven Glimpse powerhouse could completely rely on the suppression of realm and forcefully crush grotto profound martial artists. In the Sky Foothill world, this kind of place, it was even less likely for a situation of jumping realms to battle to happen. But now, this mythology actually appeared in front of them. How could they not be shocked? Swuz. Plus Lan Jiru sprang out from the ground and flew high in the sky, once more, facing off with Yi Yuan. It, you despicable person, to actually dare ambush. Plus Lan Jiru cursed. The corners of Yi Yuan's mouth curled slightly, and he taunted, "Ambush, is it?" Lan Jiru's expression was incomparably ugly. Regardless of whether he admitted it or not, that sword move earlier had indeed posed a great threat to him. If not for his timely block, that sword could have taken his life. Until now, his arm was still numb. The power of that sword move was too terrifying. He was completely unable to imagine a grotto profound deity realm martial artist actually could unleash such a terrifying sword move. Clearly seemed to be an ordinary and insignificant slash, but transmitting onto his sword, it was actually able to produce such a tremendous force. This guy's utilization of the power of laws had simply reached the acme of perfection. Humph! Don't you get C? Oh, C, KY. This C admits that your strength is pretty good. It's just too bad that you're still only a grotto profound martial artist in the end. Such a formidable martial technique. You probably can't unleash more than a few sword moves, right? Your outcome is just death in the end. Lan Jiru shouted fiercely, raising his sword and attacking. Spirit devouring 9 swords. Sundering stars. A heaven glimpse deity realm. A grotto profound deity realm. 2 silhouettes clashed together in the midst of everyone's dumbfounded eyes. Chapter 14:22 Complete Version Sundering Stars. 14:22 Complete Version Sundering Stars. 2 figures were like phantoms, intertwining each other in the air, emitting a series of horrifying sound waves. Regardless of whether it was the White Knight Sacred Palace's martial artists or the Autumn Rain Sacred Palace's powerhouses, they were all made uneasy by the great battle here. Hua Tianyang's expression was even more incomparably ugly. Just what kind of a freak did the White Knight Sacred Palace find? Grotto profound deity, realm fighting fiercely with Heaven Glimpse realm. And this battle was actually evenly matched, really a sheer fantasy. On Lan Jiru's side, the more he fought, the more alarmed he got. He simply did not dare to believe that such a horrifying attack, Yi Yuan was actually able to unleash it move after move. Those who did not know would even think that Yi Yuan was a Heaven Glimpse powerhouse. However, Yi Yuan was clearly just a grand completion grotto profound martial artist. He did not even reach half-step Heaven Glimpse. This guy in front of him completely ran counter to common sense. Yi Yuan's chopping strike was overwhelming, making Lan Jiru want to vomit blood several times. Facing a grotto profound realm martial artist, he was actually being suppressed all round. I want to see just what your limit is. I don't believe that you, a grotto profound realm martial artist, can really release this kind of martial technique limitlessly. Lan Jiru was beaten by Yi Yuan until he had no strength to retaliate. He also resolved his heart to continue dawdling with Yi Yuan. Of course, he seemed to not have better ideas too. Under this sort of circumstance, the only thing that he could do was to wait for Yi Yuan's divine essence to run out. At that time, it would be the chance for his counterattack. Bai Chun was excited until his face flushed red. He knew that Master Yi Yuan was very strong, but did not think that he could be strong to such an extent. This battle, Yi Yuan would most certainly win. Suddenly, he raised his long spear and said sternly, "Kill, kill, kill. Blood debts need to be paid in blood. Today, we'll make the Autumn Rain Sacred Palace's vermins come without returning." Done talking, Bai Chun brought along an indomitable, imposing momentum and joined the tangled warfare. His spear art broke through before this. Now his strength had increased greatly. Facing off against the Autumn Rain Sacred Palace's grotto profound powerhouses, he did not fall into a disadvantage in the slightest. Under this sort of circumstance, the Autumn Rain Sacred Palace's declining trend gradually manifested. Due to low-end combat power being lacking, the Autumn Rain Sacred Palace's grotto profound martial artists often had to face 2, even 3 opponents. In Hua Tianyang's original plans, although the manpower on their side was low, the high-end combat power was very adequate. The White Knight Sacred Palace, missing by Yehai, their side would be able to directly crush with the high-end combat power. In front of Heaven Glimpse deity realms, those grotto profound had no place to show their abilities at all. But now, he was hindered by Gui Yun, unable to make time at all. This way, both parties' combat power became much more balanced. What was even more nable was that Yi Yuan actually tied down the only additional Heaven Glimpse powerhouse, Lan Jiru. The White Knight Sacred Palace's advantage in numbers became increasingly evident. By Chun joining the group battles, he had an appearance that feared no death, charging ahead crazily. He hated Hua Tianyang to the extreme. When fighting at this time, it was really without regard for his life, the others being infected by him. Each and every one of them also became greatly roused in spirit, killing until the Autumn Rain Sacred Palace threw away their helmet and coat of mail. Very soon, casualties started appearing on the Autumn Rain Sacred Palace's side. Hua Tianyang was burning with anxiety, but could not do anything to Gui Yun at all. The Nether Ghost Claw was truly incomparably powerful. No matter how hard he attacked, it was to no avail. Gui Yun's Ghost Dao 100 Runes was already cultivated to the 3rd rune. Although his realm had yet to break through, his strength advanced by leaps and bounds. Jumping realms to battle was not a big deal to him. After all, this Ghost Dao 100 Runes was the Ghost Dao's first-rate secret art. Hua Tianyang never thought that the battle situation would actually play out to this kind of situation. How could he still think about swallowing up the White Knight Sacred Palace now? He only wanted to quickly get away now. But the White Knight Sacred Palace's people were all crazed with fighting. Each and every one of them was like being injected with stimulants, pestering incessantly, not giving them the chance to get out at all. Retreating at this time was too dangerous. They were bound to suffer heavy losses. Boom! Right at this time, a violent explosion sound came from the other side. Hua Tianyang's expression turned austere. Finding time to sneak a glance, he could not help being greatly astonished in his heart. Lan Jiru was bathed in blood from head to toe, in a sorry plight, fresh blood spraying wildly from his mouth. Clearly, he almost could not hold on anymore. In contrast, Yi Yuan raised his long sword and rushed over again. Hua Tianyang was incomparably shocked in his heart. How could a grotto profound deity, realm martial artist, possibly be tough to such a degree? Looking at it, Lan Jiru was going to fall in Yi Yuan's hands sooner or later. At the start, his thinking was the same as Lan Jiru's, feeling that Yi Yuan could only persist for a little while. That kind of swift and fierce martial technique, it was impossible to release limitlessly. But a long time had already said, and Yi Yuan had released no idea how many sword moves and still did not show signs of his divine essence being depleted. Could it be that this guy's divine essence was limitless? At this very moment, Hua Tianyang already wanted to beat a retreat in his heart, carry on hesitating. The situation would probably be even worse. Lan Jiru looked at Yi Yuan, who was walking over slowly. His expression flickered incessantly. Could it be that your divine essence is endless? How can it be like this? Lan Jiru's voice was filled with helplessness and despair. The existence of this guy in front of him completely subverted his understanding of this world. Everything was completely different from common sense. Now, he smelled the smell of death. Yi Yuan looked at him and said with a faint smile, "A dead person doesn't need to know so much." Lan Jiru's expression was ugly to the extreme. Gritting his teeth, he said fiercely, "I don't believe that a grotto profound can really defy the heavens. Soul-devouring 9 swords, 9th sword, soul-devouring blood slaughter." Suddenly, fresh blood surged within Lan Jiru's body. It rose up crazily. Hua Tianyang's expression changed. Lan Jiru was actually being forced to this extent. This soul-devouring blood slaughter was sacrificing one's life as the price, obtaining a large increase in strength within a short time. Although the power was extremely terrifying, when this move was used until the end, he himself would also kick the bucket. Lan Jiru was going for mutual destruction here. Bai Chun rallied a spear vigorously, directly penetrating the chest of an opposing grotto profound powerhouse. Right at this time, he sensed a powerful to the extreme aura. Turning back to look, his expression could not help changing drastically. Not good. Master Yi Yuan is in danger. Bai Chen's expression changed as he said, "What a powerful aura." Lan Jiru was merely a newly entered initial stage Heaven Glimpse powerhouse before this. The aura now already rose to the peak of initial stage Heaven Glimpse. This guy is going for mutual destruction, wanting to drag Lord Yi Yuan down before his death too. It. What a powerful sword. Lord Yi Yuan is in danger. When the White Knight Sacred Palace martial artists, who were just finest, plussing off the battles, saw this scene, each and every one of their expressions changed greatly. Yi Yuan looked at this scene with an indifferent look and said nonchalantly, "Boring game. Since that's the case, I'll use the complete version Sundering Stars to send you on your way then." Yi Yuan's sword slowly raised up. An ordinary and bland sword. The surroundings did not have the least bit of undulations. The people around them could not even perceive any aura from this act of Yi Yuan. No one could feel any undulations of the power of laws. My sword. It's actually out of control. Mine too. It's trembling. At this time, the swords in the hands of all people who use swords actually had a feeling of getting out of control. Chapter 14:23 Teaching, Disciple. 14:23 Teaching, Disciple. Yi Yuan's wrist shook, waving his sword down. Whose? Plus without any grand divine essence undulations, only a soft tearing through the air sound. Lan Jiru's body suddenly turned stiff, and that steadily rising aura suddenly stopped. Yi Yuan slowly put away his sword, his breathing appearing rather disorderly. The expenditure for this move was really quite big for him. What happened? The fight ended just like this? Yeah, I only saw Lord Yi Yuan wave a sword, and it's done. What move is this? Why isn't there any undulations at all? Pooh work. Just as the people had dumbstruck faces, Lan Jiru's body exploded, turning into a cloud of blood mist, soul-devouring blood slaughter. This move had yet to be used, and he already died thoroughly. The shock in Hua Tianyang's heart could not be any greater. Lan Jiru, who used soul-devouring blood slaughter, was actually killed by Yi Yuan with a sword just like this. The truth and falsehood of that sword just now, even he, this grand completion Heaven Glimpse powerhouse, did not see through. Outsiders looking over, it was just a casual wave, ordinary and bland. Everyone only heard the sound of tearing through the air, and then Lan Jiru exploded. Retreat. Hua Tianyang made a prompt decision, his aura suddenly erupting, forcing back the nether ghost claw a bit, his figure fleeing into the distance like lightning. As soon as he ran, how could the others still have the idea of continuing to fight? All were eager to escape, but everyone's strength was more or less the same. So how could wanting to run be that easy? Therefore, the originally tangled melee became a pursuit. The White Knight Sacred Palace's powerhouses became more courageous as they fought, while the Autumn Rain Sacred Palace's Deity realm powerhouses fled as they fought. In an instant, they chased out 100,000 miles away. The Autumn Rain Sacred Palace's Deity realm powerhouses perished one after another, so much so that during the process of the pursuit, Bai Xiu had a grand display of invincible might, finesse. Plussing off a Heaven Glimpse Deity realm elder of the opposite side. With this, the White Knight Sacred Palace's Deity realm powerhouses felt greatly roused in spirits, marching straight in all the way, hunting down frenziedly. Along the way, Yi Yuan followed the group of people unhurriedly. All the way until they killed to the borders of the two great sacred palaces, did Yi Yuan call out in a clear voice, "All right, stop here." Only then did the White Knight Sacred Palace's group of powerhouses stop with a feeling of longing for more. Master Yi Yuan, why not chase further? Isn't it good for us to follow up a victory with pursuit and destroy the Autumn Rain's Sacred Palace in one fell swoop? Avenging father? Baichen said puzzledly. Yi Yuan smiled but did not speak. Amoyan spoke up. Palace Lord. Lord Yi Yuan's meaning is, don't pursue a desperate foe. Hua Tianyang is a grand completion, heaven glimpse powerhouse in the end. For us to really push him into a dead end, the consequences are too ghastly to imagine. Bai Chen's expression changed, discovering that Gui Yun had long disappeared already. Most likely, the expenditure of this battle to him was rather huge too. I understand. Bai Chen nodded his head and said seriously, this fight initially was in the midst of a hopeless situation, but it concluded with a flawless victory, exceeding everyone's expectations. Currently, everyone was dancing for joy, like they were crazy. Lord Yi Yuan is mighty. Lord Yi Yuan is mighty. Lord Yi Yuan is mighty. They knew that this victory was entirely Yi Yuan reversing the hopeless situation alone. Without Yi Yuan, the current White Knight Sacred Palace would probably already be utterly destroyed. Lord Yi Yuan is truly a G. Oh, D-like figure, to actually be able to slay a Heaven Glimpse realm powerhouse with Grotto Profound Realm. This is an earth-shaking battle achievement, completely subverting our understanding. That last sword move was simply a marvelous work of art. This Heaven Glimpse Deity realm martial artist, actually completely could not see through it at all. Everyone chimed in one after another, feeling deeply incredulous at Yi Yuan's miraculous battle achievement. The complete version Sundering Stars was a sword move that condensed Sword Dao laws to the extreme. Not that it did not have any trace of divine essence undulation, but all of Yi Yuan's divine essence was compressed into an extremely small range. Condensed, but not scattered. This move seemed ordinary. Actually, it was a move that applied Sword Dao laws to the limits. The burden of this move on Yi Yuan was huge too. With his thick divine essence, he could pretty much only release one sword move. Once this sword move failed, he would not have the strength to fight again. The great battle ceasing, the White Knight Sacred Palace was in jubilation. Through this battle, Bai Chen established an exceedingly high prestige among the group of elders. Although his strength was still very weak, and he also had many lacking aspects when doing things in terms of sentiments, everybody already accepted this new palace lord. Moreover, behind Bai Chen even had Yi Yuan, this grand elder, assisting. Bai Chen finally gained a firm foothold in the White Knight Sacred Palace. Originally, Bai Xiu and the rest were planning on hosting a grand ascension ceremony, but it was refused by Bai Chen. After coming back from the battlefield, Bai Chen trained in the spear art bitterly every day. This war also let Bai Chen mature. He knew that if he could not become strong, all of the authority and all of the wealth and glory were all a fleeting illusion. Could see, could not touch. He did not know how long Yi Yuan would stay here still. He could only train himself to become stronger as soon as possible. Hua, hua, hua. Bai Chen stabbed straight one spear after another, bringing along a piercing wind sound. His spear art seemed to be no different from mortal martial artists. In reality, each spear carried the undulations of the power of laws. This spear art was very powerful and consumed a lot of divine essence. Very soon, dense sweat beads seeped out on Bai Chen's forehead. Hua! Another spear stabbed out. There was suddenly a blur before his eyes. An additional figure actually appeared. Bai Chen was greatly astonished, hurriedly wanting to pull back the spear. But this spear had an imposing momentum. He was not prepared at all. How could there be time to pull back if he wanted to? But in the next instant, Bai Chen opened his eyes wide. His heavy spear was actually unable to advance further. And Master Yi Yuan, Bai Chen exclaimed. Yi Yuan just extended 2 fingers and easily caught his spear. Bai Chen's heavy spear was actually unable to advance further. Such a soft and feeble spear. How can it kill people? Yi Yuan shook his head and said. Bai Chen could not help choking when he heard that and said, unyieldingly, I pulled back the spear momentum just now. That's why it would be caught by Master so easily. He had just broken through, but Yi Yuan poured cold water on his head. How could Bai Chen not be depressed? He knew that Yi Yuan's strength was formidable, but he was also very confident in his own spear art. To say that it was soft and feeble, he was unwilling to submit. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Is that so? Use your strongest move and try stabbing over. I'm standing right here. A hint of slyness flashed across in Bai Chen's gaze, and he said with a smile, Master, that's what you said. Yi Yuan said coolly, I said it. Bai Chen pulled back the spear and stood there. The spear momentum on his body started gradually condensing. Be careful, Master. He knew that Yi Yuan's strength was exceedingly powerful. Even if he used his full strength, it was also not possible to shake Yi Yuan in the slightest. What he wanted to do was force Yi Yuan to defend. He wanted to prove that his spear was not a soft and feeble spear. After several breaths, Bai Chen's spear momentum rose to the peak. Ha! Bai Chen suddenly stabbed a spear out. The powerful force made Yi Yuan's clothes flutter wildly. This spear was extremely fast, arriving in front of Yi Yuan instantly. But in the next instant, Bai Chen's gaze turned intent, revealing a look of disbelief. Yi Yuan extended 2 fingers, once more clamping onto the spear tip in front of his face. No matter how he exerted strength, he was also unable to pierce through in the slightest. Chapter 1424 Divine Ruins. 1424 Divine Ruins. Yi Yuan's finger shook. The hand that Bai Chen was grabbing the long spear with had been directly shaken off. It was only to see the long spear turned lightly, twirling around. It was grasped by Yi Yuan's hands. Although I haven't extensively studied the spear Tao before, the great Tao is multifarious, all roads leading to the same goal. I'll deploy one spear move. You watch closely. Yi Yuan's voice had yet to fade when the aura on his body suddenly changed, suddenly stabbing a spear out. Bai Chen's gaze turned intent, staring fixedly at the heavy spear in Yi Yuan's hands. This spear was the exact same angle and strength of the spear he did just now. It was practically the reproduction of that spear earlier, but the power of the spear was more than 100 times stronger than his. Boom! Yi Yuan's spear momentum abruptly ceased. The entire SPAC produced an intense tremor. The area where the spear tip stopped, the SPAC, actually produced fine cracks, then returned to normal very quickly. Bai Chen's expression was incomparably ugly as he said in disbelief, How can it be like this? Yi Yuan smiled and said, The way of the heavens diminishes the excess and compensates for the shortage. The spear art's heavy momentum. You must pay attention to that indomitable, imposing momentum. However, it was easily broken just now. Your spear art has excessive toughness and inadequate gentleness. Although the might of a spear is fierce, once blocked by the enemy, you won't have the strength to battle anymore. When you comprehend a trace of gentle force from the toughness and understand the logic of restraint, your imposing momentum shall continue unbroken, akin to a series of waves, advancing forth irresistibly. Bai Chen was still perplexed, as he said, but wouldn't mixing gentle force in the spear art lose a portion of strength? Yi Yuan shook his head and said, You're still staying at the realm of seeing the mountain as the mountain, in order to have the strength to continue fighting, forcefully pulling back a portion of the force. This is the true way. I'll display it once more. You see if I held back power or not. Bai Chen's expression turned intent, retreating to one side, his eyes glued on Yi Yuan. Still the same identical spear. Yi Yuan made a move again. That indomitable, imposing momentum did not hold back in the slightest. Bai Chen stared fixedly at the spear top. His body suddenly shuddered. That spear move just now. Yi Yuan did not point out anything, leaving many details unspoken. But this time, he saw it clearly. Master clearly did not pull back the spear, but at the final juncture, the heavy spear's speed seemed to slow down. It was as if it was traversing spac and time. This feeling was indescribably bizarre. Boom! The spac produced fine cracks once more. What a terrifying spear! Bai Chen was certain that even if Master's realm was the same as his, using the spear, he could easily kill middle stage, grotto profound martial artists too. Understood it? Yi Yuan said with a smile. Bai Chen shook his head and said, I can't do it. Yi Yuan was tickled the moment he heard it and said with a laugh, If you can do it, what can I teach you? Carrying gentleness in toughness, carrying toughness in gentleness. A combination of toughness and gentleness. That's the strongest attack. You need to remember that spear move just now in your head and practice hard. There will come a day where you'll be able to understand. Bai Chen nodded his head solemnly and said, Master, I got it. Thank you, Master, for your guidance. Yi Yuan nodded his head slightly. He knew that Bai Chen really understood. There was no shortcut to cultivation. Only by paying even more sweat than others could only gain even more. But Yi Yuan pointed a direction for Bai Chen. It was like a lighthouse in the vast ocean, able to let Bai Chen take fewer detours. Yi Yuan's words sounded simple, but performing it required many, many years of bitter cultivation. Bai Chen understood that his road was still very long. However, Bai Chen's talent was indeed very decent. It was no wonder that Bai Yehai chose him to be the young lord. Given time, it was merely a matter of time for him to surpass those older brothers of his. And Master, are you looking for me for something? The two people came to a small pavilion by the side to rest. Bai Chen suddenly opened his mouth and asked. Yi Yuan nodded and said, My Aiden, one, Tai, I believe you already know, right? Bai Chen's expression changed, and he pretended to be puzzled as he said, You're Aiden, one Tai? Aren't you my master? White Knight Sacred Palace's Grand Elder. Yi Yuan smiled and said, You still want to play these little games in front of me? Those medicinal pills, if you don't recognize those pills, could it be that Mo Yin can't recognize them either? Bai Chen's expression instantly became incomparably embarrassed. As said, he did not expect that Yi Yuan had everything under control. Master, Yi Yuan stopped Bai Chen from carrying on with a hand gesture. Suddenly, his expression turned stern, and he said in a cold voice, My objective of coming to the Sky Foothill world is very simple. It's for the sake of the myriad longevity Heavenly Soul Stone. For this, I'll do whatever it takes. Bai Chen's expression changed. That powerful aura of Yi Yuan's crushed him until he virtually could not breathe. Master, the White Knight Sacred Palace doesn't have myriad longevity Heavenly Soul Stones. Bai Chen said, FLUS, tieredly. Yi Yuan withdrew his aura and asked, Could it be that myriad longevity Heavenly Soul Stones are all controlled in the hands of the Sky Foothill Divine Palace? Bai Chen nodded his head slightly and said, The myriad longevity Heavenly Soul Stone is immensely helpful toward the breakthrough of deity realm powerhouses. Even origin deity realm powerhouses can't do without it either. Therefore, the myriad longevity Heavenly Soul Stones are basically all controlled in the hands of the Sky Foothill Divine Palace. The myriad longevity heavenly soul stones that flows out of the sky foothill divine palace are extremely, extremely few. It's basically very hard to see in the outside world. Hearing this, Yi Yuan immediately felt his head swell. Each day that he delayed, Mu Lingshue's spiritual consciousness would flow away a bit. Originally thought that the White Knight Sacred Palace, this kind of powerful faction, would have one or two pieces of myriad longevity heavenly soul stones, but did not expect that this thing was actually rare to this sort of degree. Bai Chun was very perplexed when he saw Yi Yuan's sorrowful look and said cautiously, "And master, according to what I know, don't you all just need myriad longevity, heavenly soul stone, 9 melody psychic immortal fruit, purple sand gold, one of the 3 kinds will do?" Yi Yuan heaved a sigh and said, "I'm not finding the myriad longevity heavenly soul stone in order to complete the mission, but it is for another purpose. It has a life-saving usage for me, so I have to obtain it at all costs." Bai Chun was slightly surprised, not expecting that it would actually be like this. No wonder when Yi Yuan obtained the 9 melody psychic immortal fruit, he just sized it up slightly, then kept it. It seemed like this master of his was also a person with a story. Not only did Master Yi Yuan save my life, he even gave me a new life. His kindness to me I can't finish even if I die 10 times. The myriad longevity, heavenly soul stone must be very important to him. No matter what, I must help him obtain the myriad longevity, heavenly soul stone. Without going through much mental struggle, Bai Chun made up his mind. "Master, actually, if you want to obtain the myriad longevity, heavenly soul stone, there's an opportunity. It's just that, still have to wait for 10 years. Bai Chun said. Yi Yuan's eyes lit up, and he said, "You say?" Bai Chun said, "After 10 years, the Sky Foothill Divine Palace will open up the divine ruins. The myriad longevity heavenly soul stone is produced there." It's just that, talking until here, Bai Chun hesitated for a moment. Yi Yuan immediately understood and said with a smile, "It's just that that place is very dangerous, yes?" Bai Chun nodded and said, "That's right. Inside the divine ruins is full of opportunities, but it is also full of dangers. Furthermore, when the time comes, the Sky Foothill World's 7 great sacred palaces will all enter inside. It will be very perilous." Yi Yuan said without any care, "I've said it before at all costs." Chapter 1425 Death Cultivation, SBAC 1425 Death Cultivation, SPAC, cough, 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 poo work. Inside a hidden underground palace hall in the Sky Foothill World, Qin Tian coughed violently, and following that, vomited a large mouthful of blood. "Really, and I didn't expect to get implicated by accident, being severely injured by that life and palace lord. With this, no idea how long I'll be delayed." Qin Tian said with a gloomy face. After Qin Tian infiltrated into the Sky Foothill World, he did not dare to move about in the outside world in such a flagrant manner like Yi Yuan. Once discovered by people that he was an outsider, he would face the entire Sky Foothill World's pursuit, especially that mysterious Sky Foothill Divine Palace. Just how powerful was its strength? And, body knew either. He had laid low for a long time and finally found an opportunity, running into a lone sacred palace elder. With Qin Tian's strength, as long as he did not encounter the Sky Foothill Divine Palace's origin deity powerhouses, he could basically roam as he pleased in the entire continent. Hence, he finished off that elder with momentum like a thunderclap, searched his soul, and knew about this elder's everything. Done with all these, Qin Tian, disguised as this elder, covered his face, planning on infiltrating into the sacred palace and borrowing the sacred palace's strength to investigate Yi Yuan's whereabouts. He did not expect that on the way he encountered the ASSA, signation of an sin with extremely fearsome strength. With this, Qin Tian met with 8 lifetimes of rotten luck. Although that killer's realm was inferior to Qin Tian's, his concealed signation abilities were first-rate. Under the ambush, he seriously wounded Qin Tian. However, Qin Tian was Wumeng capital city's peerless genius in the end. By relying on his powerful strength, he slew this sin. Only upon searching the remnant soul of this killer did Qin Tian learn that this guy's signation target was precisely that elder. He actually blocked the spear for that old thing. The killer's strength was not weak, causing massive wounds to Qin Tian. It was hard to recover in a short while. However, he learned from that killer's remnant soul that this killer was the palace lord of an sin organization called Life and Sacred Palace. The strength of the opponent this trip was too powerful, and that was why he would personally take action. With this, Qin Tian was even more depressed until he went crazy. What was called sing away before getting the final victory was probably this sort of situation, right? Qin Tian's mind stirred. Might as well disguise as this Life and Palace Lord and hide in the Life and Sacred Palace. This way, it was safer. Suddenly, someone outside the hidden room requested an audience. Qin Tian forcefully suppressed the injuries on his body and pretended to be profound, reporting to Palace Lord, "The thing that you wanted to inquire about, this subordinate has already inquired clearly. Recently, there was indeed an expert called Yi Yuan who rose to fame, even slaying a Heaven Glimpse realm powerhouse with grotto profound deity realm cultivation, already becoming a legend in the entire Sky Foothill world," said the subordinate outside the door carefully. This palace lord did not have a good temper and would kill people at a drop of a hat. Inside, the hidden chamber became silent, with no activities for quite a while. That subordinate did not know that the palace lord currently had monstrous waves stirred up in his heart. Grotto profound, realm-slaying, Heaven Glimpse powerhouse. This was also something that virtually no one could accomplish in the Heavenspan world. Yi Yuan actually did it. Although the strength of Sky Foothill World's Heaven Glimpse realm martial artists could not match up to the Heavenspan worlds on the whole, Heaven Glimpse Deity realm was Heaven Glimpse Deity realm. It was absolutely not what grotto profound realm martial artists could compare to. This guy's rise already cannot be stopped. If I don't kill him here, probably after he ventures out, I won't have the chance to kill him anymore. Qin Tian secretly thought. Qin Tian imitated the Life and Palace Lord's voice and said in a cold voice, "Go and spread an intel. Say that this Yi Yuan is an invader. This matter must be settled, and let all of the sacred palaces know. Lastly, it even has to spread to the Sky Foothill Divine Palace. Understood?" That subordinate's expression turned fearful, and he hurriedly voiced his assent. "Yes, Palace Lord. This subordinate understands." Poork. The moment that subordinate left, Qin Tian could not resist vomiting a large mouthful of blood again. This Life and Palace Lord's concealment killing arts are truly profound. I had my heart meridians wounded by him. Without a few years' time, I probably can't recover. Qin Tian swallowed a medicinal pill, slightly alleviating the injuries. This guy used no idea what kind of method to actually be able to hide from the Sky Foothill world's powerhouse's eyes and ears. But you probably never dreamed that Qin Tian, would infiltrate into the Sky Foothill world, right? When the Sky Foothill Divine Palace finds you, I see how you still continue to be arrogant. Cough. Yi Yuan indeed did not know that Qin Tian actually followed his footsteps and came to the Sky Foothill world. In Wu Meng Academy, the missions that students accept were strictly confidential. Firstly, it was in order to protect the students' safety. Secondly, it was in order to protect the small world's coordinates from leaking out. Unless there was the Wu Meng City Lord or Academy head's tacit consent. For Qin Tian to be able to get the coordinates already indicated many problems in the first place. Learning that the divine ruins were opening 10 years later, Yi Yuan entered close seclusion. Before departing, Yi Yuan used points and low-grade divine stones, respectively exchanging for a large batch of Tier 1 spirit medicines. These Tier 1 spirit medicines he had refined all into medicinal pills to use for cultivation. Now, each minor realm that Yi Yuan raised had to expend Ma's civ resources. It was more than 10 times that of other people. Fortunately, he was an alchemist himself. Otherwise, he could forget about breaking through. In a blink, Yi Yuan cultivated for as long as 10 years inside the world-suppressing steels SPAC. His realm finally reached the peak state of grand completion grotto profound. Senior, I seem to have already touched the threshold of heaven glimpse deity realm. But this chaos heavenspan canon, I keep on being unable to create the second level. Yi Yuan sighed emotionally. With Yi Yuan's comprehension of heavenly Tao as well as comprehension in the power of laws, breaking through to heaven glimpse deity realm was just an inevitable thing. He had just reached peak grand completion grotto profound and already had a feeling in his heart. This was already much stronger than the vast majority of martial artists. It was just that the chaos heavenspan canon, this cultivation method, was too heaven-defying. Wanting to go a step further was truly as hard as ascending to the heavens. If not for so, Dustless also would not object to Yi Yuan creating a cultivation method back then. Dustless sighed and said, "Grotto profound, discerning heaven's secrets, it's just having a feeling in your heart. Heaven glimpse, looking at a leopard through a tube, seeing only one spot, glimpsing a corner of heavenly Tao. The cultivation methods that others cultivate are shallow. The corner of heaven that they glimpse is naturally much smaller, while the heavenly Tao that you have to pry into is too many and too large. This step is more than 100 times harder than others." Yi Yuan said, "The battle with that heaven glimpse powerhouse the last time, I had a feeling in my heart. It's just that this trace of opportunity, no idea when it will come again." The last time Yi Yuan comprehended the Chaos Heavenspan canon, he opened up a gap with Alchemy Tao as the opportunity. But this time, he could not. Yi Yuan's Alchemy Tao still only remained at the standard of 1-star Alchemy G.O.D. and was totally unable to open the second level's gap. Dustless fell silent for a moment and suddenly opened his mouth to say, "You're in dire need to increase strength currently. Since that's the case, why not activate the world-suppressing steel's death cultivation, SPAC then?" Yi Yuan froze and said, "Death cultivation, SPAC?" Dustless nodded and said, "This is actually the martial Tao inheritance that Immortal Grave planned on leaving to his disciples. It's just that this cultivation, SPAC, is too dangerous, so I never told you all along. Death cultivation, SPAC, one will really die